we have very little time to achieve a lot. Before I get into that, I also want to introduce myself. I am Wole Fatunbi, the Director of Research and Innovation at the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. And I will be your main master of ceremony for this segment of the program today. I will be heavily supported by my friend and colleague, Godwin, that drive yesterday. So the protocol for this: Senator Aliyu Sabi, Senator Dr. Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi, CON, the Minister of State for Agriculture in Nigeria. Excellencies here present, the Chair of FARA Board, Madam Bongewe Njobe, the Executive Director of FARA, Dr. Agri Agumia, the distinguished directors of the FARA Board here present, the Executive Director of Sub-Regional Organizations in Africa, which include CORAF, ASARECA, CADESA, and NASTRO, the Director General of Africa National Cultural Research Systems, that include the institute that are present, leaders of thought in Africa, agricultural research and development organizations, distinguished scientists here present, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So having set the protocol, I'll be glad if you just refer to the established protocol so that we save a lot of time. Having done that, I want to open the program for this segment of the day. We call it the Spark Day. And I am glad to announce that His Excellency, the Honorable Minister, has agreed to chair this session. So I will be working under his authorization to chair. I will have opportunity to say a few more things about His Excellency. But to start straight, I am going to call another dignitary to come and give us an overview of Spark. I keep calling it Spark because I don't want to play a role, okay? And she's going to come forward now, spend about 5 minutes to talk about Spark. And that is our own very esteemed leader, Dr. Irene Ano Frempong. A round of applause for her.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies, and good morning. I am standing on the established protocol. Honorable Minister, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my singular pleasure to have the opportunity to speak on the SPAC, Science and Partnerships for Agriculture Conference. The story of the Science and Partnerships for Agriculture Conference, SPAC, is not simply a story of another conference. It is a story of how Africa chose continuity over interruption and collaboration over fragmentation, whilst ensuring that innovation is strengthened over time. For more than 2 decades, FARA has been Africa's premier platform for agricultural research, innovation, and partnerships. As the Africa Union's technical partner for agricultural research and the lead of the science agenda for agriculture in Africa that you've been hearing about. This is the continental science, technology, and innovation framework that underpinned the Kadap Malabo Declaration and guided Africa's agricultural transformation over the past decade. Every 3 years, the Africa Agriculture Science Week and the FARA General Assembly brought together the continent's scientists, policymakers, universities, farmers, private sector, and development partners to exchange knowledge, forge partnerships, and shape Africa's agricultural future. But in the last decade, financial constraints increasingly threatened this model. The risk was not simply fewer meetings, it was the loss of Africa's principal platform for connecting science to development. And Africa could not afford to pause innovation. So in 2022, FARA responded with its own innovation. SPAC was established as a lean, partnership-driven annual conference, usually during the intervening years between the triennial General Assemblies, though now being held every 2 years due to operational reasons. And I hope that going forward, we will be able to do this annually, given that we have so much commitment in the room. The SPAC was built around partnership contributions rather than large conference budgets, and ensured that Africa's scientific dialogue, partnerships, and innovation ecosystem continue uninterrupted and strengthened. That innovation reflects what FARA does best, building partnerships. Over the last 2 decades, FARA has pioneered, supported, or strengthened many of Africa's most influential agricultural partnerships, including AFAS, PAFO, RUFORUM, PANA, ARIS with the CGIAR, and numerous continental research and innovation platforms. It has also brokered strategic South-South, North-South, bilateral and triangular collaborations linking Africa with Brazil, Europe, the United Kingdom, China, and others. Perhaps the best example of Africa is Africa's collaboration with Europe on the Partnership for Food and Nutrition Security and Sustainable Agriculture, which has mobilized nearly €1 billion to support more than 500 research and innovation projects over the last decade. Today, the AU-EU International Research Consortium, as you heard about, FARA and its partners are pioneering one of the boldest institutional innovation of our time, transforming fragmented research investment into a coordinated continental innovation ecosystem that provides strategic choices for investment, scaling, and impact. This is why SPAC matters more than ever. Artificial intelligence, digital technologies, and the emerging fifth industrial revolution are transforming agri-food systems at an unprecedented speed. Africa cannot respond through conversations held every 3 years. Our science, partnerships, and innovation systems must operate continuously if we are to remain competitive and deliver impact at scale. The CAADP-Kampala strategy builds on the science agenda and calls for resilience, inclusive, and sustainable agri-food systems powered by science, technology, innovation, and partnerships. The SPAC is that platform that keeps those partnerships alive, keeps innovation moving, and ensures that Africa's collective intelligence continuously drives implementation between the FARA General Assemblies. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, Science Partnerships for Agriculture Conference, SPAC, as I said, is more than a conference. It is Africa's platform and FARA's commitment for keeping science connected, partnerships strong, and innovations moving. Because in today's world, leadership belongs not simply to those who innovate, but to those who collaborate, who coordinate, and scale innovation fastest. Its success will not be measured by meetings, with the number of meetings we hold, but by the lives we transform, the partnerships we strengthen, and the resilient agri-food systems we build together. Let us therefore continue to invest not only in science, but in the partnerships that turns science into impact. I thank you for the audience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irene Ano-Frempong, for that succinct, straight to the point. Maybe I should confess to you that when she was the director of research in FARA, she actually led all of us to come up with SPARK. Another round of applause for this trailblazer lady. Yep. Having opened up what we call SPARK, it is the right time for me to call the Honorable Minister to take over, you know, the biggest speak last at the introduction, okay, to open SPARK and, you know, give his opening sentiments. But it's going to be my joy to say a few things more about the Honorable Minister of State. You know, when one of us is leading us, you can be very sure that he will lead us in the right direction. He is a scientist of note, works in research institute, and led so many scientific interventions. Is someone I love and I respect so much for the big things he's doing in Nigeria, leading the soil intervention. You all know that I'm passionate about soils, and he keeps moving it in such a way that I love. So much so that when we listed the countries that are making waves around the implementation of the soil initiative in Africa, Nigeria come among the first 5. A round of applause for the Honorable Minister of State. So today, it is my singular honor, sir, to bring to the podium again Senator Dr. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, CON. So a thunderous round of applause, a thunderous round of applause. Thank you. Please sit down. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Dr. Fatumbi, you've put me on the spot. First, let me thank FARA most sincerely, the Executive Director, and very distinguished scientists, researchers, and leaders of African agricultural research system. And I want to say I'm indeed delighted and happy to be here. It's nostalgic because, like Fatumbi said, I was in the research system myself, and I left in 2014 to contest for the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And I was in the Senate for 2 terms, and by the special grace of God, I'm now the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Food Security. For me, Nigeria hosting this program itself is quite remarkable. I attended, I think, 3 of similar program, the one in South Africa, the one in Burkina Faso and Ghana. And I know definitely when Africa comes together, great things happen. So coming today to chair what has now been tagged SPARK, I think shows the growth that the African agricultural research community is experiencing. So I want to commend the FARA team for this very wonderful job you are doing, in spite of the challenges And I say a big thank you to the executive director who is leading this. So for me, having said this, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Science and Partnership for Agricultural Conference, SPAC 2026, one of the defining intellectual engagement of the 9th African Agricultural Science Week. I bring you warm greetings from the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and express our appreciation to every institution represented here for your unwavering commitment to advancing agricultural science and innovation across our continent. History teaches us a profound lesson. Nations do not transform their agriculture merely because they possess fertile lands or fertile soils, favorable climates, or abundant natural resources. They transform their agriculture because they invest in knowledge. Before irrigation systems reshaped Asia, scientists had already laid the foundation through decades of research. Before Latin America emerged as an agricultural powerhouse, research institutions had developed improved varieties, better farming systems, and stronger extension models. Before Europe achieved the productivity it enjoys today, generations of researchers had patiently built the scientific knowledge that guided farmers, industries, and governments alike. Agricultural transformation has always been preceded by scientific transformation. Africa has not been absent from this journey. Since independence, our continent has steadily invested in building national agricultural research systems, universities, specialized institutions, and centers of excellence. These institutions have produced thousands of technologies that have improved crops, livestock, fisheries, forestry, and natural resource management. They have trained outstanding scientists whose innovations have improved the livelihoods of millions of African farmers. They have generated knowledge that has contributed significantly to food production, environmental sustainability, and rural development. Yet, while Africa successfully built institutions, we did not always build sufficient institutional convergence. Our scientists work diligently, often producing excellent research. National agricultural research systems pursued national priorities. Regional organizations coordinated regional programs. Universities advanced scientific discovery. The CGIS systems delivered world-class research, and development partners supported numerous initiatives. However, opportunities for these institutions to periodically come together, not simply to present research findings, but to collectively examine the stage of agricultural sciences in Africa, reflect on emerging challenges, and agree on common priorities were relatively limited. We had excellence, but excellence was often dispersed across institutions rather than strategically aligned around a shared continental vision. It was this important institutional gap that the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa recognized with remarkable foresight. Rather than establishing another scientific conference, FARA convened something much more strategic. It created a continental platform where Africa's scientific community could engage in collective thinking, strategic dialogue, and evidence-based agenda setting. The Science and Partnership for Africa for Agricultural Conference was born from the simple but powerful conviction that the future of African agriculture will be shaped not only by the quality of our science, but also by the quality of our partnerships. Today, SPAC stands as the first and indeed the only continental platform specifically dedicated to bringing together Africa's national agricultural research systems with the African Union, sub-regional research organizations, CGI centers, universities, development partners, policymakers, farmers' organizations, and the private sector to deliberate on the future direction of agricultural research in Africa. That is a significant institutional innovation. It fills a critical gap within Africa's agricultural research architecture by providing a common space where science meets policy, where innovation meets investment, where nations' priorities are harmonized into continental aspirations, and where partnerships are forged to accelerate impact. The achievement of SPAC over the past few years demonstrate the value of this vision. It has strengthened collaboration between African institutions and international partners. It has helped deepen strategic cooperation between the African Union and the European Union in agricultural research. It has encouraged closer alignment between Africa's research priorities and the work of the CGIAR and other global scientific organizations. It has also reinforced collaboration among FARA, the sub-regional research organizations, national research systems, the universities, thereby fostering a stronger and more coherent continental research ecosystem. As outlined in the vision for SPAC 2026, the platform is now advancing towards an even more strategic role through the development of the continental agricultural research agenda that will guide research priority and investment across the continent. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the world around us is changing at an unprecedented pace. Agriculture today is no longer shaped only by rainfall patterns and soil fertilities. It is increasingly influenced by artificial intelligence, biotechnology, digital agriculture, remote sensing, robotics, genomics, and big data. Climate change continues to redefine production systems. Soil degradation threatens long-term productivity. Water resources are becoming increasingly constrained. Population growth is increasing demand for food, while urbanization is changing consumer preferences. Young people entering agriculture expect technology-driven solutions rather than the old practices where agriculture is defined by a hoe and a cutlass and a very dirty individual holding such. These realities demand a new generation of scientists with a good appreciation of science that is multidisciplinary, digitally enabled, climate smart, commercially relevant, and capable of delivering practical solutions at scale. This new reality also challenges us to rethink the purpose of agricultural research itself. The success of our research institutions should no longer be measured solely by the number of scientific publications they produce on the technologies they generate. It should increasingly be measured by the extent to which those discoveries improve farmers' livelihood, create employment for young people, strengthen agribusinesses, restore degraded ecosystems, and contribute to national prosperity. Scientific excellence must therefore be matched by excellence in technology transfer, commercialization, policy engagement, and partnership building. It is in this context that I believe SPAC must continue to evolve. It should become Africa's foremost observatory for agricultural science and innovation, a platform that continuously identifies emerging research priorities, monitor progress across the continent, and provide objective evidence to guide policy and investment decisions. Through this process, Africa will be better positioned to define its own scientific priorities and shape its own agricultural future based on evidence rather than circumstances. There are several strategic frontiers that deserve particular attention as SPAC grows in influence. We must strengthen investment in frontier sciences such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and digital agriculture. We must accelerate the commercialization of research outputs by building stronger partnerships between public research institutions and private enterprise. We must establish sustainable financing mechanisms that enable Africa to invest more confidently in African science. We must promote open but responsible sharing of scientific data while safeguarding our continental interests. Above all, we must ensure that our research agenda remains firmly anchored in the need of farmers, agribusinesses, consumers, and policymakers across Africa. Nigeria is proud to host this important gathering because we firmly believe that science remains the most dependable pathway to sustainable agricultural transformation. Under the visionary leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and within the framework of the Renewed Hope Agenda, our government is pursuing bold reforms aimed at strengthening food security through research, innovation, mechanization, climate resilience, digital agriculture, and stronger partnerships between research institutions, the private sector, and farming communities. And I'm sure yesterday, my colleague, distinguished Senator Abubakar Kyari, must have spoken on the progress we are making
within our own agricultural system. We therefore see SPAC not simply as an event within the African Agricultural Science Week, but as a strategic investment in Africa's future. The conversation we begin today should not end when this conference closes. They should shape national research priorities. They should influence continental investment decisions. They should inspire stronger collaboration among our institutions. They should encourage greater confidence among our development partners and private investors. Most importantly, they should generate innovations that improve the lives of millions of African farmers and consumers. As we commence our deliberations, I encourage each one of us to think beyond the institutional mandates and national boundaries. Let us use this platform to imagine the agricultural research system that Africa will require over the next generation. Let us strengthen partnerships that outlive projects. Let us build institutions that endure beyond individual leaders, and let us ensure that the science we produce becomes a powerful instrument for achieving food security, economic prosperity, and resilience across our continent. The future of African agriculture will not ultimately be determined by the size of our farmlands or the abundance of our natural resources. It will be determined by the ideas we generate, the institutions we strengthen, and the partnerships we build, and the outcome and impact these partnerships deliver for the benefit of our common people. Distinguished participants, I know sometimes when politicians come to speak, I have moved from a scientist to a politician. And before I close, I will be doing a disservice to this very esteemed gathering if I don't share one or two perspectives as I moved from being a scientist into being a politician, and how that could help shape how we respond, because the decisions that determine what we do are political in nature. And I recall vividly that when we were developing a partnership between ARCN then and IFPRI, International Food Policy Research Institute, we had cause to do stakeholder mapping. And it was very robust. And I took home two things: the issue of influence and the issue of relevance. Now, I understood that scientists are very relevant to the subject matter that they are dealing with. But when it comes to influence, you have to move out of the room where scientists are and go to where the politicians are. At that time, as a scientist, I was wondering, no wonder when we do all our beautiful project proposals and we get to where money is going to be given, you will just see yourself getting a paltry sum of money, because the influence lies in the political arena. Now, what I've come to learn, and which I would like to share here, is 2 to 3 things. Most times, scientists are timid. We are timid in the sense that we look only at the science, which is exact. But when it comes to looking at the outside environment that has combinations that you are not able to fathom out in any of the formulas you are used to, what happened? You begin to feel these guys are not serious. And with a wave of the hand, you push everything you are talking about aside. And as far as they are concerned, the common thinking of the average politician when you bring scientific things to him is to tell you that as you come here for this conference, you are only here to take tea. That is the thinking. They are going to take tea, don't mind them. And with that, you are denied certain things. So what is the response to this? My take is simple. We need to be very big and audacious in what we want to do. And when I say big and audacious, I'm not saying elephant, white elephant, thinking. I mean, you want to develop a solution, and you know that solutions require resources. You need to work it out in such a manner that by the time these resources is allocated to you, you can truly bring out that same thing you said you are going to bring out to change the landscape you are proposing to change. In many instances, because of the nature of scientific work, sometimes we tend to want to remain in our cocoon, not wanting even a friend to even know, because like breaking news, you want to be the first to get into the scientific community with that result. These are the things limiting how we do things, and I think benefit sharing in terms of what you do and what you contribute must begin to receive greater attention among scientific communities. You are not the only one working, many people are working with you. Ensure that through your processes, you carry them along. Because sometimes it is a member of your team who believes he's been shortchanged that could even begin to frustrate and make your program not to be accepted or not to even be appreciated. So I want to say this very clearly, that the future of our continent definitely will be shaped by science innovation. But until we are able to prove and show evidence, the politicians are always in a hurry to deliver and showcase things that we put them up there on the spot so that the masses will say, yes, this man is doing what we want done. And you know, science is not too good in offering these kind of things on a very short or immediate level. So what do? That is why Spark, as we are talking about it today, is relevant. When we use existing technology, because when you say innovation, you are talking about upgrading or adding value to an existing technology from a direction and angle the other scientists did not see. It's not as if you are starting from scratch. So we should begin to think about outscaling and upscaling some of these things that we've talked about, but putting in mind the value proposition should be how impactful it would be in the eyes of the politicians. They hold the money, they hold the purse, and I think it's important that we understand the dynamics around resource mobilization. If we do, we're going to open more doors, and we should learn from successful cases. Countries that we know have spent tremendous amount of money. Brazil, as an example, is one we quickly cite. But how do they do it? Have we cared to go into the details? These are the things that we should begin to bring out, because processes and procedure are rubbing off of the desired impact that we should be able to deliver. So on this note, I want to congratulate FARA for bringing Spark. And I know the spark that will be generated in terms of the partnership that will be created will be making impact across the various countries that make up Africa. And on this note, I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that today is definitely a defining moment, and it is therefore my singular honor and privilege to formally declare the Science and Partnership for Africa for Agricultural Conference, SPAC 2026, officially open. I wish you a successful deliberation and inspiring time. Thank you very much. And let me say, on behalf of Nigeria once again, Barkam Kudezwa, Ekabo, Inno. Thank you.
That's an amazing presentation. A thunderous round of applause for the Honorable Minister. So, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you've seen that I'm not just talking about things I don't know, but I talked about one of us who has been with us on the field, who collected soil samples, who analyzed data, who said significant, not significant difference. You know, he knows it. He knows where the shoe is pinching our legs. And you have listened carefully to him. You know, he had to pause and to look at us in the face and to say, guys, this is how to get the money and the policy you want. And that is the biggest point for me so far, in this discussion. So, partners, colleagues, you've heard it from someone who has been in the two divides. So we need to package this very well and put our hearts together, or work well in our different countries, and translate the political will of our political leaders into bankable action. Yes, I use the word bankable. Those who understand the argument yesterday, we already be saying, Wale, you started the trouble again. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, my brother, my friend, and our senior colleague. So he's now the chair, and I'll be running under his permission. As a person I know, he may want to make intervention at any point in time. So IT, please take a microphone to the desk of the Honorable Minister, so that as the chair, if he wants to make any intervention, he is free to make it without interruption. So let me quickly say that we will be taking a presentation of a study. We actually conducted the study within the framework of FARA, the first sub-regional organization in Africa, the HAFAS, and RUFURUM, to come up with the state of agricultural research in Africa. And one of our very own, the Director of Research and Innovation in CORAF. CORAF is the sub-regional organization that coordinates agricultural research in West and some part of Central Africa. So Dr. Emmanuel Njukwe, can you jump to the podium, make your presentation in 10 minutes. A round of applause for Njukwe.
His Excellency, Minister of Agriculture of Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I stand on the existing protocol. Yeah, it's a pleasure being here, and I'm happy to be part of this pack. And the Minister has said it all. You know, I've been asked to give the results of a survey we conducted with the national agricultural systems in the continent. And I've been asked to talk about reimagining. It's like an imagination of agricultural research in Africa, from challenges to transformation. I think from the speech of the Minister, His Excellency, we shouldn't just imagine, we should be transforming. And from the presentation I have, you will notice that the potentials exist. There are a lot of potentials. But I still stand on the speech of the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Adesina. We don't eat potentials. It's like a child is hungry, the child wants to eat, then you tell the child you have cassava in the farm, not at home cooked. So the potentials are what we have, but we have to transform the potentials into opportunities and make them useful. I'm from CORAF. CORAF is West and Central African Council for Agricultural Research and Development. The Secretariat is based in Dakar in Senegal, and we do have shareholders and stakeholders. Our shareholders are those who make up CORAF, the national agricultural systems, the institutions, the farm organization, the private sector, the universities. Those are the members of CORAF. They are our shareholders. Then the stakeholders are partners who will work together from discovery to delivery. So we work together with the city centers, NGOs. Wale says I have just 5 minutes here because of the program that is so tight. But I want to rush through the program, the presentation I have. I have listed some potentials that do exist in Africa, then the challenges, because the role is how to move from the challenges to transformation. So the challenges are enormous. We all know the challenges, but how do we transform the challenges into a useful tools to improve agricultural research in Africa? Next slide, please. Oh, I can go with this. Okay, this is the outline, as I indicated. I'll be giving the potentials are many, their challenges are there. The agricultural systems that we now have in Africa, how did it evolve? Then I'll also talk about the different systems that we think Africa should be in the next future, and with some conclusions. First of all, the agricultural research. We all know agricultural research is to generate agricultural innovation that will enhance efficient and sustainable farm agricultural practices. For the agricultural practices to overcome challenges, and we all know the challenges, we have hunger, we have malnutrition, we have poverty, natural resource degradation, and to also create employment that leads to improved livelihood. Yeah. Oh, we have it here. Okay, for the potentials, we have so many potentials in Africa. I just listed few. The few listed here, we have the agroecological zones. You know, Africa is so blessed that we have favorable agroecological zones, with the weather is also conducive. Despite the fact we talk about climate change, but at least the weather where I come from, I'm from Cameroon. In Cameroon, we do have rains about 7 months to 8 months per year. Then in some other part of the continents, we do have rain as about 10 months a year. So the potential is so enormous for agricultural production. Then the arable land. Arable land in Africa, we have about 65% of land, arable land, uncultivated. But the question I used to ask myself, who are the owners of this land, and how are the land used? More often, if you go to places like in DR Congo, you'll find in Eastern Congo, most people who own the land, they live in Kinshasa. You know, you go around the Katanga area, there are vast land there that are not exploited. There are arable land that are productive, but the lands are not being used. Then you go to places like Ghana, Cameroon, and still Eastern Congo, majority of the arable land, they are used for mining. People will prefer to destroy cassava plantain farm just because they are looking for gold. So there must be a change to see how do we ensure that those who own the land release the land for those who want to use the land for agriculture. And also ensure that the land, those who go around mining land and soil, should avoid mining arable land. We can do cropping production for a certain period, then later on mine the land. We talk about gross domestic products. About 35% of the GDP comes from agriculture. The GDP that comes from agriculture, how is it being used? Is it used in agriculture? You know, with the Malabo Declaration, when they said 10% of the GDP should be reinvested in agriculture, I was in Kenya with the Minister of Agriculture. He asked a question. Emmanuel, what are the indicators you use in measuring the GDP, the 10% that is reinvested in agriculture? Are you looking at agriculture as an entity, or you are looking at agriculture as a system? If you are going to look at agriculture as a system, you have to include infrastructure like roads and markets. So they invested a lot of money in constructing roads, a lot of money in constructing markets, buildings, research institutions, but they say they are below the 10% target. So how was this calculated? So those are issues that they asked. And I said, well, we're going to review the indicators and the approaches that were used to calculate the 10%. So if you look at agriculture as a system and not as an entity, you see that most countries, they went beyond the 10%. We also talk about the population growth. Population growth in Africa, in the next, by 2050, it will be more than 2.5 billion. When we talk about 2.5 billion, the question now comes, how do we feed the population? But I think we should be thinking about what type of education are we giving those people who are going to be born. You know, the youths of today, they are so, desperate, aspiration, thinking of leaving Africa to other continents just because of employment. But if the youth are trained to be an entrepreneur on their own, I think the problem of migration and will not be scared of the increasing population that will overtake Africa by 2050, about 2.5 billion. We talk about importation of food. I'm going to challenges. I just want to rush in. Africa spends about 70 billion annually to import food. Why is this happening? The reasons are simple. I think we all know the reasons why we do this. You know, I also met with a minister in Cameroon. I said, His Excellency, we should invest in growing food than importing. There are reasons he gave. One reason, the ministries are so fragmented. The Ministry of Agriculture do exist. Ministry of Livestock do exist. Aquaculture has its own. Gender, environment, finance. You know, so there are a lot of disjunctured ministry. I don't know how the structure is here, minister. At times they do meetings independently without associating other ministry for a holistic and common decision. Then the other issue that he made mention is that the turnover of the position is so fast. I am a minister for 4 years. Then if in the next 4 years you are still planting, what are the population going to eat within the 4 years mandate? So we think it's easier and faster for us to import and feed the population than cultivating. Then the other issue that we notice is our culture and habits, preferences. How do you convince someone from Zimbabwe to eat cassava? How do you convince a Kenyan to eat yellow maize? How do you convince a Cameroonian to eat black beans that it is iron rich? How do you convince somebody from Senegal to eat chicken that is fed with BSF, insects? How do you convince a Burundian to eat guinea pigs? How do you convince, you know, the challenges are many. So the diversity and preferences vary, and it causes a lot of challenges and problems for us to focus on what we are doing. So since the diversity is so wide, it makes research very, very difficult to satisfy the needs of the population, even at the household level. In the household, we have challenges where even members of the family, they do have different diversity, different choice based on either color or taste or texture. So people prefer to eat something different. Trade is also a bigger challenge. You know, they talk about Africa continental free trade. It is very good, it's appetizing. How many countries are doing this? I was in Cameroon recently with the Minister of Agriculture and Scientific Research. They said they don't want to export maize. You don't want to export maize, but you want the farmers who are producing maize to make money. I think we should be thinking of intensification. How do we intensify the maize production so that the quantity of maize produced gets to a volume that is needed domestically? So stopping exportation, you penalize those who are cultivating the maize, especially the poor. I told the minister, Mr. Minister, there are two categories of persons. The rich people, they eat what they want. The poor people, they eat what they see. So if you increase the price of maize, money will be in circulation. The poor people will have the money. But if potatoes is expensive, the poor person will eat cassava. When a potato is expensive and a rich person wants to eat potato, the rich person will still go for potatoes. So the rich people, they eat what they want, while the poor people, they eat what they see. The other issue that we see as a challenge, which is leading to, if we can get the billions, 70 billions that is being wasted in importation of food, I think it will go a wrong way. Coordination and partnership. SPAC is partnership. How do we partner? Instead of collaborating, we are competing. The research institutions. We have so many research institutions in Africa. Instead of collaborating and working together, they are in competition. Partnership is key. Let me give you two examples from CORAF. With support from the World Bank and other institutions, supporting ICRA projects working on climate, resilient climate change, support to IITA, BMAF, working on pests, support to CORAF, also going to WAVE institution, working on diseases, plant diseases. These institutions and projects, they work in different areas and in different countries. But there's a correlation between climate and insects, climate and pests, climate and disease. Why don't these projects come together and see if they can work in one area and monitor the change in climate? What happens if the climate changes? Yeah, I'm going. Then the diseases. So CORAF now did what we say, it's put in place an alliance for biorisk management. The Alliance for Biorisk Management to ensure that all the institutions, they work in one area, they monitor what happens with pests when there's a change in climate. What happens with the disease when there's a change in climate, to anticipate if a climate change where the project was not implemented, you already know how to mitigate. The challenge is that in Africa, we do more of reaction than responding. So at CORAF, with the Alliance of Biorisk Management, we are trying to do early warning system where farmers can respond than react. So which is an important issue where we are doing. The agroecological project that is run in Africa is supported by the European Union. That's the second and last example. The agroecological projects, you will find that FARA and RUFORUM, the names of their own agroecological projects supported by European Union is same. It is called the Regional Center of Excellence. With CORAF and the donor, they sat and said, no, agroecology, the practices, the products, you can't plant tree everywhere, for instance. So the name of the project should be moved from the Regional Center of Excellence to a regional multi-actor research network, having many other actors, private sectors, farmer organization, research, to see how they can work together and then to mitigate or adapt to different climate variation. So those are just two. Wale is pushing me out. I'm still available. I'm here with the CORAF team. The ED is here, the Director of Corporate Services is here, other colleagues of CORAF are here. And the other centers that we are implementing this project, ECP is here, CADESA. If you need more information about agroecology, we are available to give you more explanation, to update you on how the program is moving. We are not saying that the regional center is not moving. We are working in consortium. So the FARA, RUFORUM, CORAF, ECP, and CADESA are doing the work together. And Wale is putting more pressure. His Excellency, I really enjoy your intervention. It's the third time we are participating in a similar meeting. I appreciate the way you actually bring things to the ground. And please, I am just advising, there's one issue we only promote, gender. We should include gender inclusive. Let me give you my own example. I come from a farming family. My father used to grow coffee and cocoa to pay school fees. Then the NGOs came with gender. Women have to work together with men. My mother went into the cocoa farm and started planting yam. All the cocoa died. So we had yam, we did not have cocoa. So we could eat, but we could not go to school because the cocoa was an income crop to give us resources and became challenging. Then in other aspects, gender is a very important issue to include. You know, when I go out with my wife, when I come back, I ask the children, have you all eaten? When they say yes, I go to bed. My wife, her own questions will be, what have you people eaten? Have you eaten is quantity, that is food security. What have you eaten is nutrition security, the quality. So with that, I am still available. If we need more information, we can always share. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Njukwe. Of course, you are all my witness. If we stay late, you know who to blame. Anyway, that is in a lighter mood. So, Honorable Minister, under your permission once again, let me move to the next agenda on the item. While we conducted the studies, we had very comprehensive consultation, linking up with almost all scientists that we can muster to complete a survey. And so I move to the next session where we will bring up the leaders of Agricultural Research Institute from different sub-regions on the continent to have a fireside chat discussion here. One of our leaders will be facilitating that 20-25 minutes discussion, and is in person of Dr. Sylvester Dixon Baguma, the Executive Director of FARA. Please recognize this leader with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Once again, Sylvester Dixon Baguma is my name, Executive Director of FARA, which is Association for Strengthening Agricultural Research in Eastern and Central Africa. When the Honorable Minister of State talked about sphere of influence, then I tried to remember, where did we meet anyway? So that's why I was asking him some question. Were you at Wageningen for a short course? He said, no. Then I remembered that we came here with IFPRI to ARCN for strategic planning and priority setting. I said, all right, that's where we met him. Because I had been told that in Nigeria, there are so many people. You'll find 4 or 5 looking alike, and everyone looks some. So then I remembered, yes, we were here looking at sphere of control and sphere of influence. Ladies and gentlemen, time is not with us. When my panelists are talking, I'm not going to summarize because I know you are listening. I'll be wasting your time, all right? And we have 2 sets of panels to be able to complete today's session. I would like to take this opportunity to invite these panelists so that we move on. We have a representative of the National Agricultural Research Systems, that is Professor Paul Pinnock Bosu, who is the Director General of CSIR in Ghana. A round of applause. Take your seat. The second one is a government representative, government research administrator. And the one to help us demystify what we are going to discuss or what we've been listening about is Dr. Dumisani Kutuayo. He's the Chief Director, Department of Research and Specialist Services in Zimbabwe. A round of applause. But we've said that technologies have to move to the last mile. We've been generating quite a lot. And so the other panelist, panel member is really to look at how research should excel and improve productivity. And this is Professor Mahel Al-Maghrabi, a Vice President for Production, ARC Egypt. You're very welcome. We want to look at it from a global perspective as well. We have CGIAR, they've been working with us. We want to hear their perspective. And so looking at a global partnership, and we're looking at SPAC, then the right person to be able to handle this is Dr. Kovik Namukolo, Head of CGIAR Liaison Office for Africa. A round of applause. I have been in touch with Madame Namukolo for many months, but virtually. So when I came here, I said, what does she look like? I want to see her. And somebody went and fished her for me. I was very excited to see her. Very simple lady, but very powerful. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no project that fails in Africa. All those projects they were presenting and we have been listening to, they have all been successful. But why do we say that there's still big gap? And success is more than 80%, sometimes 90, 100%. So where is the problem? Are we being right to ourselves? Do we have the right theory of change? Because anywhere you can score anyway. You put a goal here, you'll score there. You put a goal here, you'll score there. So what is the problem? And so, and yesterday we were given quite challenging statistics in the context setting, yeah? And so we want these very powerful members of the panel to be able to demystify some of these questions. And by the time we end, possibly we'll have understood, yeah, why we still say we grapple. But I want to really salute all of you researchers, because we are eating, we are not hungry, implying that research is generating technologies. And extension is also doing its work, but we could do more. That's the point, we could do more. CADEP Kampala Declaration is supposed to deliver the results that we want. Yeah, and yesterday we were told by Dr. Debisi that, you know, we are still far away. Now, the question sometimes I ask myself, that the Kampala Declaration places implementation squarely at a country level. That's why we are bringing these people here. And so if agricultural research is to become one of the principal engines of CADAP delivery over the next decade, what fundamental shift in mindset, in partnerships, and investment must Africa make? That's a big question, all right? Now, I don't want them to answer that question, but I want to shoot them specific questions that will direct to answering that question. I think let me go to Professor Bosu. From all that we have been listening and we've heard, we have appreciated, the national agricultural research systems are expected to drive innovation at country level. And Dr. Ehu was very, very emphatic on this, that science can play a leading role, and indeed it is. So based on Ghana's experience, which institutional reforms are most critical to making us more responsive to priorities of the CADAP Kampala Declaration?
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yesterday, I also listened to the presentation with keen interest, and especially when he emphasized that innovation is, we shouldn't define or limit innovation to just the technologies that we develop in our laboratories, in our field stations, but we should always consider innovation within the context of a system. So we, the scientists, the researchers, we are developing technologies. We are, for example, developing new crop breeds and so on and so forth. But we should also consider it within the context of policy. What are the policies? What are the business people doing? What is the market doing? What is, all the other actors. So in Ghana, we have had a situation where the policies that have been developed over the years have always been, though broad scale, have always have significant scientific content to it. So we've had, for example, Planting for Food and Jobs. Currently, we are looking at Feed Ghana program. These are all situated within the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. We also have what we call the 24-hour economy program, which also has a component of it, which we call the Feed Ghana component. But these are all broad-scale national priorities, but substantially, they have research, agricultural research partnerships embedded within this. I hope that it captures what you, thank you.
So that's part of the reform that we could be able to see. So implying that there are several other reforms. And I'm not going to open now that you give us some other reforms because of time. But also yesterday, when we got a presentation from Africa Rice, we saw that Tanzania is 100% self-sufficient in rice. Uganda is 70%, and so is Gabon. How can NAS better integrate universities, extension services, and private companies to accelerate technology adoption?
Yes, you know, it's interesting that Tanzania has 100%. I want to state that several other countries, including Ghana, for example, we could, within the shortest possible time, also achieve that. In fact, last year and early half of this year, we have a glut of rice production in Ghana. The problem has been policy, because though we have our farmers growing rice and collecting, getting paddy and everything else, we still have importation. The 70 billion that Dr. Emmanuel talked about. It's all, part of it is our doing. We just need, the nurses are working, the universities, research, all that we need to do so that we can produce rice and other crops in sufficient quantities. We have them, especially for rice, but we are still importing. Years ago, not long ago, we were very happy. We heard Nigeria was self-sufficient in rice production. Yesterday, I was having a side discussion, and they were saying that maybe it's no longer the same because of ABC. So the research is there, but the partnership, the policy, the other components that we need to ensure that we produce what we eat. This saying that you place your money where your mouth is. That's where we are lacking, you know. Thank you very much.
Oh, good. Thank you so very much. Which means then it's possible. If it's possible in rice, it can be possible even in the other commodities. All right? So the policy is important. And sometimes we have more, but we may choose to import for some reasons that is kind of hinted on. I'm not going to repeat those. Yeah? Now, Dr. Kutuayo, governments often invest significantly in agricultural research. And you are a government research administrator. Yet research findings do not always influence policy or investment decisions. And I'm glad yesterday one of us asked, to what extent are government policymakers getting interested in evidence? How can governments strengthen the research policy interface? As we have heard from Professor Paul Bosu, that's one of the issues. To ensure evidence consistently informs national agricultural planning. It's on. It's not.
Has already talked about the value proposition. What is it that the research is generating? I think we're talking about the evidence. I would like to start by saying the research is meant to generate the evidence on which improved production and productivity can be based on. So it means that the agriculture minister, his aim is to make sure that our food basket is secure. So it starts with the belief in the credibility of the evidence being generated by the scientists. What is the impact on the food security and nutrition? So if the impact is clearly visible, then there is no problem. The adoption can be promoted through the messages generated by the research in partnership with extension for increased productivity and production. I would like to give an example of Zimbabwe. Right now, we have the conservation agriculture that is being promoted, which is a form of sustainable intensification, where we are looking at conservation agriculture being the anchor of the smallholder agricultural sector. We call it the Pfumvudza Intwasa program, and it has resulted in 15 to 20% increase in production for the smallholder sector. The same applies to the adoption of drought-tolerant varieties and also ecological mapping, where we are deploying crops and livestock adapted to specific environments as opposed to growing willy-nilly. And this also includes partnerships with the private sector and the academia in that respect. So, the position is we have to have credible evidence that has potential impact in improving productivity.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Because of time, I know there should be some policy incentives that can make this happen, but I'll go to production. And Professor Maher, Egypt has demonstrated how long-term investment in research can substantially increase agriculture productivity under resource constraints. Which elements of Egypt's research model could realistically be adapted by other African countries?
Good morning. Good morning. First, I'd like to thank you, Chairman, for these questions. Actually, I have to tell you and all our audience about our successful story in Egypt. Egypt is a part of Africa, and we have a potential to increase our production. Also, at the same time, we have challenges. We have limited resource for water. We have climate changes, and some other resources limited. But the potential here, we increase our production due to some elements we have already had taken in our consideration when the government of Egypt start to put the policy to increase the production. Here, we have to compare between two periods. Start from 1952, this is the Independence Day for Egyptian, and the total population about 25 million. And the consumption and self-sufficient, we don't have self-sufficient at that time. We have about less than for all groups, less than 50%. But now we have about 120 million population, and to increase our production, we reach self-sufficient for most of the groups like rice and other small poultry, small ruminant poultry, and other products. But we decreased our gap for production for some strategic groups like wheat. Now we reached about 70 or 65% for the total production as a consumption, and we imported about 35. This is our successful to decrease the gap. Also for the other groups like maize and oil crops, we still have a big gap. But according to our innovations and technology, we try to get a national plan to decrease this gap to reach about 50% at least for the oil crops and forage crops. And when we talk about the national plan, we started to do our sustainable agriculture development strategy. Start from 2018 is the first version. We studied our resources for water, for land, for labor, for budget, and we have done this strategy for the first time. But now we updated this strategy, and we have taken in our consideration the progress for the production and our elements we have already in our condition, Egyptian condition. So we talk about the national plan, and we reached the most of the groups to at least between 70 to 75 as a production, total production for the self-sufficient. Here we talk about the partners, where the Egyptian government just took work in the jointly with international partners, but before the international partners, we have given the chance to the private sector to increase the production. We already increased the total area about 50%. We reached about 10 million acre, comparing to the first figure we have, about 6.9 million acre. Also, we increased the total production for wheat. We reached about 10 million, and our consumption about 18 million metric ton. This is a successful story. We present already in Dakar 2 years ago, because the model to be shown for the African continents to see what's the progress in Egypt for the production.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you. Indeed, when you go to some of these production sites in Egypt, like Shechem, you will see that you can transform what is almost ignored land into very useful land. The best land you have, the best soils that are available are the soils that you have. Madam Namukolo, we do not have any doubt that the CGIAR has been producing very significant world-class scientific innovations. Yet, country-level adoption remains uneven. How can CGIAR and African institutions work differently, not business as usual, but work differently to ensure international science translates into sustained national development outcomes under Kampala? And also, what new partnership models this time should define the next generation of partnerships between CGIAR, NAS, regional organizations, and private sector?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think earlier on, the State Minister in his words did talk about how as scientists, we tend to work narrow within our silos. And I think when we look at the kinds of innovations and technologies that CGIAR has contributed to, an area where we have done well is that a lot of the crop varieties, for example, they are actually not delivered by CGIAR in the countries. They are delivered by the National Research Institution that finish off and release those varieties. We need to do better in terms of ensuring that the innovations and technologies go beyond just innovation to actually reach the farmers. So that latter part of the perspective is an area where we need to do much, much better on. One of the new things that has come to play within CGIAR, again, working with our national partners, is scaling for impact. And the idea there is take innovations, bundle them for use under different locations, different circumstances. But in order to do that, you actually have to invest across that entire process from innovation to use. So what we find is that we don't put enough attention to how those innovations and technologies will actually reach adoption and use. So the additional investments that needs to take into place in extension, in adoption, on the policy side even, that bit is lacking. And so you also indicated how do we do better? What kind of models do we need to bring into place? We are revisiting CGIAR at the moment in terms of looking at a CGIAR Africa strategy, where we actually want to co-create that strategy to ensure that we build models within that strategy that can help us address the challenges that you have identified. and it's not a finished dish yet. And in fact, today, 16:30 to 18 hours in the Acacia A building, we will be discussing that strategy to get input from the national and regional research leadership that is actually in this room. And really the idea is to move towards a model where CGIAR takes on a catalytic role to strengthen the national research systems and not continue the way in which we have been working to gather much more of a synergistic role for the research to be able to reach the final mile. And so I know we are hard for time, so I really want to use this opportunity to invite the research leadership that is in the room to come through to that session. Let's co-create how we can strengthen these synergies, how we can structure models that can serve our continent much better. CADEP Kampala has taken a systems approach. We in the research system must also take a systems approach, even from the way in which we connect with one another to deliver better for the continent. So let me end there, and I'd be happy to address anybody else's issues and questions subsequently. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so very much. I'm a facilitator, the chair is over there. What these people are saying, Honorable Minister and other ministers, is that as various ministers, we need to pick some lessons learned from this and see what sort of reforms we need to do in our countries for us to make sure that we are able to accelerate CADEP Kampala implementation so that we achieve the goals that are set there. I want to thank you very much, panelists, for your time. We are pressed by time. We have another panel coming on board, but Honorable Minister, you seem to be having one or two issues. Please, over to you now.
Yes, thank you very much. First, let me commend the panelists for your very well thought out responses. What I would just want to put on the table as a takeaway is that over the years, the various lessons from successes recorded are not being more or less like codified and shared to people. And I think within the context of what is being done now, there should be a deliberate action by SPAC to begin to identify critical success factors on various components of what we do in the research system and having them shared. While we know context matter in terms of the specifics for each country, but there are very powerful lessons that can be learned, especially when you look at similarity of operating conditions and other policy environment issues. So I think let us not lose sight of that. Listening to some of these discussions, I'm happy that CGIAR is coming home. And I say it's coming home because I'm one person who believed they've not been working for us. They've been working for their system, not for our national systems. Yes. And so coming to say you want us to look at the catalytic role you want to play, I think to me is coming home because the various national research systems require very massive catalytic actions. And if CGIAR will be able to do that, that will help me. I do ask this question. I've seen what happened in other climes, the CGIAR and many other countries, particularly in Asia. Okay, India, even Brazil. But when it comes to Africa, the relationship between the CGIAR and most of the African countries do not mirror the case I've seen in other places. But playing this catalytic role now that we are talking about will help, because if you do ask, some of the technologies you talk about beyond the CG system, even the national systems find it very difficult to maintain or to even sustain what exactly has happened. So I think this is something we should take home going further. I want to thank you once again for this. Maybe by the time we are closing, there are more issues I would like to flag for the House. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you so very much, and a round of applause for all our panelists. What a best way to end this session. Thank you very much. A round of applause to all our panelists. Thank you very much for putting up with me, and I'm sorry for taking your time.
Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Baguma, and the great leader of NAS in Africa for bringing that up. Thank you. A round of applause for them again. Yeah, time is no longer on our side. You cannot imagine the amount of pressure I am under now to round up in 10 minutes, and we still have the soil panel. So we will see the wisdom we will use around this, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Honorable Minister, we have beside you Alhaji Aminu Baba Dan Agundi. He's our lover, he's our leader for decades and decades, and he's been a great supporter of research, a farmer of note, and someone who followed up. I remember more than a decade ago working with him and pushing me behind on the wheat issue in Nigeria. Thank you very much for honoring our gathering. Now, I have just 5 minutes to call the Honorable Minister, and if you wish that Baba joined you, to launch this book for us. Please kindly come forward, sir, because I have the role to explain what this means to you. So we have this book we're launching. IT, can you put the book on? We have this book that we have spent more than a year working on with the sub-regional organization. The title is Reimaging Agricultural Research in Africa, Demand, Innovation, and Transformation. So distinguished Honorable Minister, Excellencies here, scientists, leaders of research institutions, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that every generation has the responsibility not only to solve today's challenge, but to leave behind ideas that guide those who follow them. So conferences like this stimulate dialogue. Policies provide direction, but books preserve knowledge, challenge conventional thinking, and change the future. It is in that spirit that we present this publication today, Reimagining Africa, Agricultural Research in Africa, Demand, Innovation, and Transformation. This book is not simply a record where Africa agricultural research stands today. It is an innovation to rethink how we organize, finance, govern, and measure the scientific enterprise that underpin Africa agricultural system. The book asks an important question. What kind of agricultural research system will Africa need over the next 50 years? Not merely to produce more technologies, as it has been said, but to build resilient economy, competitive value chain, healthier ecosystem, and prosperous rural communities. This book argues that excellence in science is no longer sufficient. Research must increasingly be driven by demand, connected to innovation, and judged by its contribution to development outcome. Drawing on decades of continental experience, the publication examined the evolution of agricultural research in Africa, the institutions that sustain it, the challenges that constrain it, and the opportunity presented by digital technology, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, climate science, and new partnership model. It also introduces practical framework, including the Agricultural Research Transformation Index and the Africa Agricultural Research Transformation Framework to help countries assess progress and strengthen their research system. Perhaps the most important position advanced in this volume is that African future competitiveness will depend less on the technology it imports and more on the technologies it creates. The book therefore calls for a stronger national research system, sustainable financing, vibrant innovation ecosystem, and closer collaboration among government, university, research institute, and the private sector. So this publication is offered not as the final word on agricultural research, but as the beginning of a wider continental conversation. We hope it will stimulate critical thinking, inspire institutional reform, guide investment decisions, and encourage a new generation of African scientists and policymakers to see research not as an isolated academic pursuit, but as a strategic instrument for national and continental transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to present Reimagining Africa Research in Africa, Demand, Innovation, and Transformation to the Honorable Minister. This is a contribution from FARA and its partner to the enduring journey of strengthening Africa's scientific foundation for agricultural transformation. So over to you, Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I welcome my big brother and friend and colleague, Alhaji Idi Maiha, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development. Please, a round of applause for him. HM, just as you settled in, it will be my pleasure to invite you over to this place. Yes, come and join me to do this big work. Well, you are just coming in. The FARA did a study which is tagged Reimagining Agricultural Research in Africa, Demand, Innovation, and Transformation. And this will be officially launched right now. So I'm happy you just came in at the nick of time. I know you were here yesterday. You think livestock, you drink livestock, and you walk livestock. When you are looking for no, I won't talk about the eating because you are already livestock yourself. Yeah? You don't eat what you are already. He is livestock personified. Distinguished participants, I know we're short of time, but listening to the summary of the book, absolutely, we want to commend you, and it's our hope that you move to the next level. Because one of the things we must begin to do now is to begin to identify processes and procedures that guide how successes are delivered by national agricultural research systems. This is missing. We are left to continue to grapple with trial and error. I think this should be the era in which people should just go for straight things that work. And I think that is what you are intending to stimulate. So our task is very simple, to officially unveil and launch this. Is that so? All right. So, HM, will you want to say a word before we do that? Okay. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is the book. And while I will be holding it, I will ask my brother to hold the knife and cut the thread. No, just so that it's a joint action. Huh? All right, so let me hold it for you. We are not doing surgery. I'm a veterinarian, so. All right.
For the progress of Africa and Africans.
Okay. Please, can you join me? Please, Didi. Yes, let's have. Please join us so that we can.
Parigula baraja ya visa tasarala. Mbake wala ye, iye wala malinela. La Guinée, le Gabon, Sénégal, le Bénin, Yaoundé, aucun beau pays. Africa, 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 Africa. Africa, 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 Africa.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you, thank you. Wow. Thank you very much, honorable ministers in the house. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. The electronic copy of the book will be available. The IT team will put up the barcode shortly, and all of us. Of course, we are the one that encourage the world to be paperless. And so we have just few hard copies for the dignitaries. So we'll make the electronic copy available. It's already on FARA webpage for as many people as may be interested. So thank you very much. Your Excellency, thank you for sharing the session. Time is fast spent, but we used our time very well. There is one more panel that we are expected to take now. But if we take that panel, it's going to split into the parallel sessions and others. So I want to tender reserve apologies to my panelists, especially the country director of OCP, that I have to take away from a critical meeting this morning and to get him here. He just told me no problem. I will still look at another opportunity within the program to schedule this important discussion. So on this note, ladies and gentlemen, I want to seek the permission of the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture for me to close this session, ask us to go for coffee break. We need to get out of this hall because this hall is going to be partitioned immediately. So give my leaders a thunderous round of applause for a great job leading us this far. In fact, we enjoy the way you are leading us and we will follow. So let's go for coffee break now. This session is closed. Please know that the coffee break is not in the regular place we used yesterday. It's outside at the back. So please, let's go to the back and enjoy the coffee break. Eh? Oh, the new class. So, yes, you are right. Okay, now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome DJ Dan. Yo, kill up that noise. DJ Dan on the wheel, lost it.
Oh, it's DJ Dan.
I know a man that can make you lose your.
a heart no one could ever see. Oh yes.
Oh, it's 3J Dan.
It used to be so lonely. You're a beautiful woman. Oh, yeah. I was the only one who offered to carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on, carry on.
Here?
to see you.
So we'll see you when they come up.
Yes, yes.
So you basically just call us up and we'll answer our questions.
Now we go all together.
So we all talk up from the beginning.
Yes. No, well, now at the beginning are the introduction remarks and keynote and so on. And then once the panel starts, I invite everyone. Yeah, you just come up from anywhere and then like. Peanut. Patubi.
Wole, W, Tumbi, Fatumbi,
Fatumbi.
F-A-N-T-U-N, T-U-N-B-I.
Fatumbi.
Yes, Professor Fatumbi.
Professor Fatumbi.
Yes.
Just like that.
Yes. So he will do the opening.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the rest are all here. Njukwu is here. Yeah, there's Njukwu. So Njukwu is here.
Yeah,
he's here.
okay.
Yes.
Well, they will all be.
Yeah.
But they have like slides or things.
Yeah,
You organize.
Njukwu has slides. Yeah, they are all here.
They're all
Okay,
here
excellent,
organized.
Yes. And then the rest all have their slides with us. These ones don't have slides,
don't have
but these
slides.
ones all have their slides
It's all
with these
there.
guys.
So you managed all that.
Yeah, they are all here already.
Right.
They are all here already. So yeah, but I want to again about the time so that we can really be on time. Yeah,
It's
we
good
can
to
start showing them red cards if we are.
Yeah. So I put the phone here.
Yeah.
This is my watch.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
start 15 minutes late, right?
Yes. Yes.
So I try to be exactly in 2 hours.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. It's exactly 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it's almost 12, so we can do 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit earlier. Try to be whisper.
Wish you all the best.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or almost good afternoon. But I would like to welcome you anyways to this parallel session. We put it under the title, Food Security in Africa, Scaling Agroecology and Ecological Organic Agriculture for Resilient and Sustainable Agri-Food Systems in Africa. You know, we have discussed about a lot of challenges these days. Now we would like to present you a pathway to a solution, agroecology. Agroecology is positioned as idea based on principles and elements as published by the FAO, which has started as a movement, as a scientific discipline, continues as a movement and a practice. We would like to introduce you today in this parallel session a bit more in depth and discuss more in depth what means agroecology, what contributes agroecology, and what is the opportunity. And for that purpose, I would like to introduce you first, Professor Fatumbi. Professor Fatumbi, I welcome you to the welcome statement. Please, the floor is yours.
Good day, partners, distinguished scientists, friends in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you for choosing this particular side event, this particular parallel session, flogging one of the themes of the Science Week. And the subject matter we want to consider came up that strongly because of its importance in Africa agricultural research, development, and the food system. So it is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to this high-level parallel session. We are going to be talking about food sovereignty in Africa, scaling agroecology and ecological organic agriculture for resilient and sustainable agri-food system. Oh, so it's a defining moment for the entire continent. And then we cannot overemphasize that because the systems that we have been using over years seems not to have delivered what we want in terms of productivity, in terms of resilience of the system, and sustaining the productive capacity of our production asset. So we are at an intersection of a profound challenge and immense opportunity at the same time. You know, climate change also continues to intensify our troubles. Ecosystems are under increasing strength, and food insecurity remain a pressing concern for millions of people. And I'm sure that all of us, we are conversant with this effect. Yet within all these challenges lies a powerful opportunity of reimagining and reshaping our food system in a way that are resilient, regenerative, and rooted in African values and knowledge system. Please take note of those three keywords I use. We need a system that is regenerative, can renew itself. Then it must be resilient enough and rooted in African values and knowledge system. And I can confirm with you that agroecology and ecological organic agriculture represent more than technical alternatives. They embodied a paradigm shift. They call for holistic transformation, a transformation that harmonizes productivity with environmental stewardship, innovations with tradition, and economic growth with social equity. Maybe I should repeat that last word, social equity, for emphasis and for you to soak it in and reflect further on it, because I believe that is really very important for us. So this affirms the centrality of farmers, particularly the smallholder farmers, women and youth, as stewards of land and drivers of sustainable development. At the heart of this conversation is also the principle of food sovereignty, defined as the right of African nation and community to define their own agriculture and food policy, to prioritize local production and to ensure access to safe nutrition and culturally appropriate food for all. So when we pick the label of food sovereignty, I want to tickle a bit your sensitivity to what has been there on the continent and has given us a lot of concern. The sources of calories are just 6. Then when we add the legumes to it, they become 10. It's been promoted over years. Research has been invested into it. And you agree with me that in the last 10 to 15 years, led by FARA, and a number of big organizations, we've been struggling. We started by calling them forgotten food, is that not? Then now they are called opportunity crops. Yeah, because of the force of the VAX program initiated by African Union and the United States. And we've pushed that forward a while. So let me say that the imperative before us is very clear. We must move beyond isolated successes and pilot initiatives towards systemic continent-wide transformation. Scaling agroecology or integrating it into the national system. The same way as organic agriculture, it calls for a coherent and enabling policy environment that elevates these issues beyond lip service. We need organic approaches within national, regional, and continental development agenda. It requires a robust and responsive research system, and not only to generate evidence, but also values and integrate indigenous and local knowledge. It requires sustained investment in capacity development, empowering farmers and communities with the skill, tools, and confidence to adapt these practices. It requires us to strengthen markets and value chains that reward sustainable production while fostering consumers' awareness and trust in ecological and organic production. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the choices we make today regarding our food production practices will determine the future of Africa agri-food system for generations to come. We have before us a unique opportunity to chart a path that restores our soil, preserve our biodiversity, empowers our community, and secure our food system against future shocks. We need to seize this moment with courage and conviction. As such, I want to implore every one of us to allow this session to serve not as a platform for dialogues and talks. It must not be empty talks, but as a catalyst for action. So today, within the next 90 minutes or so, let us engage with purpose, share knowledge, and commit ourselves to bold transformative solution. I believe that this section is section of intellectuals, okay, knowledgeable individuals, scientists, technocrats. So every idea is a suitable idea. You don't need to be politically correct. Express your mind. It may be the innovation in thought that we are waiting for. So with these few remarks, I thank you for your presence and commitment, and I look forward as I hang around here for a very enriching and fruitful discussion. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you, Dr. Fatumbi, for these powerful words, powerful opening words. I take with me transformation, scaling, and action, and also no need for political correct statements, right? That's what you said. And yes, we'll take that forward in our next presenter for the introductory remark. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Marcus. I'm from FIBL Research Institute Organic Agriculture, and we are partnering with FARA in this event and many others. Yeah, I will guide you through the whole session. And the next intervention is actually coming from Dr. Francois Kaitikakire. I don't know how I can say that properly. Kaitikakire. So maybe you introduce yourself. You say yourself name. You come from GI Center and you are head of unit of food security. Please come up. Not here? All right. So in that case, we take the welcome statement of Dr. Fatumbi also as introductory remark. I think he's online. All right. Do we have him online?
Sorry?
Oh, here you are. Okay. So the floor is yours. The floor is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Marcus.
Go ahead, Francois.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. And we can see
All
you
right.
as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I apologize that I don't see the room, so I might be actually speaking somehow like a TV presenter. Okay. Yeah, thank you, colleagues, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Francois Kaitikakire, and I'm the head of the Food Security Unit at the Joint Research Center, which is the science body of the European Commission, based in the Ispra in northern Italy. Yeah, I cannot be with you physically today, which really I apologize for, but I would really like to share some of our insight into what we have been doing also in this field on improving agri-food systems. The Joint Research Center, which is the science and knowledge body of the European Commission, and we advise the European Commission in keeping the agricultural policy in Europe for the challenges of our time, while at the same time developing partnerships with countries outside Europe, eventually like organizations with who are organizing this conference, like FARA. And we have also developed over time significant network of scientific collaboration, and we are glad to be part of this continental initiative. In particular, the RMR project, together with FARA and the Rural Forum. Those are collaboration that we value very much, and that we look forward to continue as much as we can. Just to put the things in context, also from the learning from other continents, in Europe, the loss of biodiversity in agricultural landscape is a major challenge, and at the same time, farming becomes less and less attractive to young people. So while the policy we have in place is successful in addressing some problems and aims primarily at supporting farmers' income, it's not sufficient to address all those challenges. The European Union has published the Vision for Agriculture and Food, which is the key strategic document for in the coming years. And these documents prioritize the agroecological principles to create resilient, biodiverse, attractive and social just farming sector. At the same time, food security is also under pressure and new shocks are emerging. We can think about the crisis in the Middle East, and also other crises that are disrupting the supply chain, so for energy and fertilizers. A strong El Nino threatens also the drought across the key growing regions, and the FAO has warned that the combination could trigger a serious global food crisis. So we need to get prepared for these challenges. In this context, agroecology and organic agriculture occupy a relevant role as key approaches for transformation of the food systems towards higher productivity and at the same time, higher levels of sustainability and resilience. A GRC report published in early July by the Knowledge Center for Food and Nutrition Security shows for the first time in a quantitative and statistical robust way that agroecology contributes directly to higher yields, higher income, and lower production cost compared to simpler and more conventional systems. We look particularly to ecosystems and the regions that are similar to what you are discussing today for the African continent. So other review studies also are available on our Knowledge Center, has also gathered the scientific evidence about both socioeconomic and environmental impact and ecology. So the social impact and economic impacts are very much important as well as the previous speaker was also alluding to. We know that in an agri-food system, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Context matters, and solutions cannot always be automatically transferred. Therefore, we need to continue collecting evidence to inform policymakers, farmers, and the other stakeholders on what works well in different situations. And this must be a collective effort. We can say that overall the scientific evidence is clear. Agroecology and the other ecological approaches do have potential to contribute to all the three dimensions of sustainability. That is economic, environmental, and social sustainability. What we need is better coordination, enhanced collaboration, co-creation, dialogue between research, farmers, policymakers, and the joint strong will to scale what is known to all of us. We need to do this across three dimensions. Scaling up, that is expanding solution that works to more farmers and locations. And scaling up by shaping policies and the regulations to better support the uptake of agroecological and similar farming approaches. And scaling deep by channeling new practices, values, and beliefs in society. Those three dimensions are really important. So now we can think about how we can work on across those three dimensions to promote again agroecological solutions. The session today is an ideal context as it brings together research from across the continent and beyond, reflecting the diversity of agroecological contexts we work in. The Eramaran project, in partnership with FARA and the Rural Forum, is a concrete expression of this continental collaboration we are proud of. But we need to go further. Pan-African research platforms that are co-designed with farmers, that generate context-specific evidence, and that speak direct to policy decisions at national and regional level. The ambition is clear, the evidence is compelling, and the community of practice is here in this room. Unfortunately, I'm not in the room, but I can imagine that the room where you are is full. Let this session be a launch pad, not just for sharing knowledge, but for forging the partnership and the political will needed to bring agroecology from the margin to the mainstream of African food system. I wish you a very productive deliberation and look forward to following your conclusion with great interest. Thank you very much, and over to you, moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Applause, please, for Francois and his presentation. I hope you can hear that. Yeah, Francois, thank you very much also for stressing resilience, sustainability, and for stressing actually what we have said in this conference many times, that research, yes, progress, yes, but for that we need collaboration, and for stressing that evidence is needed for that. Thank you very much for your introductory remarks. We come now to the keynote speech of Dr. Emmanuel Nyukuwe. Yeah, I think you can introduce yourself, Director Research and Innovation of CORAF. The floor for the next 10 minutes is yours.
Yeah, good day again to us all. It's a pleasure, and we are happy you are all here to talk about agroecology. Agroecology is what has been going on in the past, but with evolvement and time, we transited to so many other things, and now coming back to agroecology. So agroecology, I don't know if the presentation is there. It's a holistic approach in crop production, taking into account the economic importance, social importance, resilience system, climate change. It's holistic, as I indicated, and it is so important for us for long term. We talk about sustainability, and if we talk about sustainability, we talk about resilience, we talk about social importance, we talk about economic importance, then we have to go agroecology. So my presentation here is not coming up not yet, but we'll be talking about the context. Why agroecology? With the population increase in the morning. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I think I introduced myself earlier. I'm Emmanuel Njukwe. I'm the Director of Research and Innovation at CORAF. I'm based in Dakar, in Senegal. So the context, we have population growth. Earlier indicated by 2050, we'll be having about 2 billion Africans in the continent. So the 2 billion Africans in the continent, how do we feed them if we don't actually anticipate before then? Then we talk about urbanization. Most people, rural exodus, people living from the rural area to urban city, and reducing the space for agriculture. I remember in one country where I was working, because of a small farm size, they were encouraging people to grow fruit or crops that they can harvest, area harvesting, and not in the ground, because the ground size is small. If we continue to be smaller and the production increase, I don't know where we're going to cultivate if we don't go agroecology. Then we also talk about industrialization. Industrialization is, the third slide, please, continue. The industrialization is also an issue where it is evolving, and we have to think about the industrialization, the space they are occupying, urbanizations, near urban areas, to ensure that the system we are putting in place is sustainable, is resilient to overcome all these unforeseen. But we are already preparing towards that. So agroecology is the approach and the way to go. Is it here? Okay, yeah. So that's the outline of my presentation. I've just talked about up to the context. I've given the introduction about the agroecology, which is there as defined by high-level panel of experts, FAO, and then the civil society organization, the community-based organization. So they all have different definition for agroecology, but I would like to summarize, as I indicated, it's a holistic approach. And agroecology, some people conceive agroecology as a practice where there are so many principles. The high-level panel of experts indicated 13 principles, FAO indicated 10. But agroecology has so many principles, and the principles are all built into practices, products, and services. Yeah, that is the definition of agroecology. It's not standard. As I earlier indicated, it's a holistic approach. Oh, it's not moving? Okay. So I've talked about the context, I've talked about population growth, I've talked about urbanization, and I've talked about industrialization. Those are issues that we have to anticipate, and then we already know that the population is going to increase by 2050, so we have to anticipate and ensure that we take care of the growing population by 2050. We talked about urbanization. I talked about how rural exodus, people are living from the rural areas to the urban area. I gave an example of a country when I was in Burundi, because of the small land size, they were advising if people could grow crops that are harvested area, that's area crop, but the population is still increasing. And then it becomes a challenge. Industrialization also is a challenge that we have to look into it. Then we talked about the way forward. Why are we doing agroecology? I've indicated in my earlier introduction, and then also with the rapporteur, the presenter, and the master of ceremony also indicated that the importance of agroecology. You know, it is actually holistic and then inclusive, where women and men can work together. We're also talking about long-term investment. If we want to talk about agroecology, we talk about long-term investment. We talk about agroecology, we talk about social benefits, economic benefits. So the benefits of agroecology is not exhaustive. So it depends on the angle you look at agroecology. The benefits are enormous. Ongoing initiative is not exhaustive. There are so many initiatives ongoing. At CORAF with, I don't know if the Regional Multi-Actor Research Network colleagues are here. So we have an agroecological project going on in the continents, and it's called Regional Multi-Actor Research Network. We do also have other projects with other organizations. We have ECOWAS also supporting the Zero Plus project on agroecology. We have other projects in Nigeria, the people on ecological and organic farming. So this is not the FEBA also is also involved in agroecology. So the agroecology practices and initiatives in Africa are so many, and they are working towards sustainability. If we want to talk about resilient agriculture and sustainable agriculture, we have to go agroecology. Then the results of agroecology. There are so many results. I just grouped them into 3 basic results. The result of agroecology could be practice. I've given example of practice. The practice are what we call the how. How do you do it? So those are practices, and so many of the agroecological results are practice. You can do mulching, you can do fertilizer production. You also do a lot of other practice, conservation, integration. Those are practice, and those practices are being promoted in agroecology. We also do have products. Products are the what? The what are the products? We have the biofertilizer, we have the biopesticides. Those are products that are agroecological products that are being used. We also do have services in agroecology. The services could be tools. Services could also be information. We have climate information services. Those are services. And then those are the 3 categories where the agroecological results are embedded. Then the achievements, this is results from the Regional Multi-Actor Research Network, where they've done a lot of capacity development, knowledge management. They've done a lot of practices, as I indicated, and other products that they are using, organic products, organic pesticides, biochar. So there are so many other products they are using, and that is part of what they're doing. Then policy, also our colleague is here from the Regional Multi-Actor Research Network, where they are doing a lot of policy in university to see if the curriculum university that they are using are taking into consideration agroecology as a discipline for students, MSc and PhD. We had a presentation yesterday on agroecology where in Eastern Africa, some universities have already indicated or embedded agroecology in the academic system. Also in Burkina Faso, the curriculum is being revised, and the first intake of students, MSc students, are already registered for agroecology. Then we also have evidence. You know, people talk a lot about evidence. For any agroecological results to be promoted, you need evidence. The evidence could be a practice. We have people from ECP here. They talked about BXF, that is the black soldier fly. The black soldier fly technology is a practice where it is being used either as a fertilizer or also the larvae are used to feed poultry. And this is a simple practice that has been promoted in East Africa. The MD of Academia 63 made mention about the black soldier fly that is being scaled in Rwanda for Rwanda farmers, and it is a practice that I encourage every one of us to use. Then we talk about agroforestry. Agroforestry is a practice that is being promoted, integrated farming. We have been using agroforestry systems in the past, but it's being promoted where farmers can also use economic tree crops in agroforestry system. Either it's medicinal, either it's economic fruit trees. So these are approaches that are being promoted using agroecology, but they have findings and results. We have long-term trials that has been implemented by other institutions on agroecology to reduce acidity, that to increase the level of acidity by increasing the calcium content, magnesium content, and the nitrogen content in the soil. Here we also do have, these are simple results that have been done by other colleagues in other institutions, apart from the regional multi-actor research network. So here we have the effects of agroecology on food security. As I earlier indicated, if you use agroecology technology and approaches, you increase the organic contents of the soil, thereby increasing carbon, magnesium, and potassium, and then you higher the pH level of the soil, and productivity becomes increased. So production is high in the agroecological setting. We also do have, the results is from our colleague, Pebu. They are doing a long-term trial, and the long-term trial, from what I explained, has indicated the organic matter content has increased the level of pH of the soil, the exchange, the carbon level of the soil has been increased. So it leads to increase in macronutrients, magnesium, carbon, and then the phosphorus and potassium, sorry. Here they have also indicated what I've just explained about the level of pH and exchangeable cation also. So once the pH of the soil is increased, it indicates that the organic matter of the soil has increased, and also indicating that the macronutrients of the soil are also increased, nitrogen, potassium, and magnesium. Thereby, it is important for us to use agroecological approach for sustainable production and resilient agriculture. Organic matter contents. The organic matter content also increased in the use of agroecology. In the morning, I made mention about how the women were advised to work in collaboration with men, and our cocoa farm got destroyed because they introduced yam. Yam, they have to do mound, and they use mound. Cocoa, they have fibrous roots, so they use the whole of yam production to destroy the roots of cocoa. So the organic matter of agroecology system increased in case we are using any of the approach. Here we also have results on the socio-economic importance. You know, as I indicated, when I was working in Rwanda they had a policy, one family, one cow. The one family, one cow policy was for milk and organic manure. And for organic manure, for each household, the only challenge they had then was fodder to feed the livestock, but each family could have milk, and each family could have manure for the farm, either home garden or kitchen garden. Here is also part of the results that are obtained by colleagues working on agroecology, see the socioeconomic components of the results developed by other institutions working with using agroecological approach to resolve sustainability of soil health and also to increase the macro contents of the soil. This is an example of agroforestry, as I indicated. In agroforestry systems, in some countries where they have a lot of space, they use leguminous tree crops. And then in areas where they don't have a lot of space, they do economic tree crops using fruit trees, using medicinal plants to integrate the system. Some of the crops are also important for livestock. So it's a system approach where the trees that are integrated in the farm are also beneficial for human and livestock consumption. Here we do have also the limitation for agroecological scaling. For scaling, as you indicated in the morning, there are approaches. Okay, the speaker who spoke online, when we want to scale, we have to think about the different approach of scaling. It's either we are scaling up is policy change. We are scaling out is the number of people reached, number of people adopting the technology. Then scaling deep is the behavioral, our culture, and our habits. So we have to consider these three approaches if we are doing scaling. Either you are scaling up, but you need to have professionals to help do that. Scaling up is policy change. Scaling out is the number reached, number adopted. Then the scaling deep is where we have the challenge, the behavioral and the habits of the people, the culture of the people. Here, the limitation of agroecology, most of the products of agroecology are not homologated, and it is a plea to government to actually see that the products, agricultural products, are homologated. We have a lot of biostimulants, we have biofertilizer, we have pesticides that are being used, but they are not homologated. So they need to be homologated. We also need to think about local knowledge, embed local knowledge into the system, where what we are doing. Let me give you an example of a local knowledge. A local knowledge, people often eat leafy vegetables that are perforated. When women go to the markets to buy vegetable, they go for the vegetable that has holes. They conclude in saying, vegetable with holes has been eaten by insects. So that vegetable has not been treated with chemicals. So it's an ecological product. And the products are very, very expensive. They are very healthy. They are nutritive. So they need to be guided and given special treatment or areas where people can locate agroecological products for food. We also do have a challenge with scaling some of the technologies. Not all the environment is suitable for tree planting. So if you're doing agroecology, you have to do a targeted, integrated system where the area where you want to integrate trees are appropriate. And then you also think about the economic importance of it. You want to do agroecology, you have to think about how economical it is. And we are encouraging people to do farm typology, to also do household characterization. For farm typology, the farm sizes and typology differ. You have a plot, you have farm, and you have landscape. So doing agroecological practices in a plot level, it becomes difficult. So farm typology is important to actually know the type of farm that you are going to integrate the technology you are using. Then the household characterization, as I indicated in the morning, most of the household, somehow the household, they do agroecology practices, but they don't care. They're just using their land, using it to protect their land for future use. But we have to do a household characterization to know which farmers among which we are working are the rich, are the poor, are the vulnerable, so that we don't give them equal treatment. When I was at IITA, we were doing cassava evaluation. Then with the cassava evaluation, we had cassava of different cycle. We have the early maturing, mid maturing, late maturing. So you do a typology and characterization where you know which farmers are going to benefit the long cycle. You don't risk giving the long cycle cassava to poor farmers or vulnerable farmers. The vulnerable farmers, we give them the early maturing. So these are issues we have to consider while we do agroecology. So in the perspectives, these are part of what I've just indicated in perspective: gender integration, farm typology, household characterization, and then homologation of pesticides and insecticides that are organic. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Emmanuel. This was an excellent overview for seeing actually what kind of evidence, initiatives, and people are there. Emmanuel, please don't run away. You just get a small gift and a small second applause. Huh? Thank you very much. So after this overview, we immediately want to go to two cases in which one we want to dive a little bit deeper and actually learn from practice. And I have first Mrs. Joyce Kamande from Safi Organics in Kenya. Please come up.
Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Kamande. I'm a co-founder and the head of operations in Safi Organics. And above all, I'm also a farmer. So I remember growing up in the village, children would face hunger issues. And it's so sad, after 3 decades, this is still the same problem. So a farmer like my mother in rural Kenya pays 6 to 7 times the world fertilizer prices. And this is expected to rise even up to 7 times come 2050. This is because most large-scale fertilizer production plants are located in developed world, and shipping these fertilizers in emerging market in sub-Saharan Africa is logistically complex. So what this means, they can only afford the cheapest synthetic fertilizers that in the long run degrades and acidifies their soils, making these farmers really food insecure. We are talking about a $4 billion food loss in Africa. Safi Organics has been in this space for the last 11 years. So what we do, we use 2 models. One, we have deployed a 6-ton out-of-state technology pyrolysis machine developed in MIT to decentralize and small-scale fertilizer production. So we use locally available biomass, such as rice husk and bagasse. Then we turn that into biochar. We do value addition into biochar and develop organic fertilizers. 3 products. One is a soil amender, focusing on amending the soil so it replaces muriate of potash or lime. And then we have a planting fertilizer that is used to supplement DAP. And then we have a top dressing fertilizer that can be used to replace SA. So these are KEP certified, that is Kenya Bureau of Standards, and we are also eco-certified. And then we also have a liquid fertilizer for that. Our second model, which is one of the favorite model, is we work with youth groups. So what we do, we deploy a 1-ton technology similar to what we have at the center there. You can see there's a pyrolysis process. So we deploy that 1 ton per day in a youth group. That youth group employs 15 people. And then the youth group will convert the biomass within their local community, turn it into biochar. Why is their market? Their market is Safi Organics. They bring the biochar to Safi Organics, then we do value addition, and the process continues. So the data we have collected from the field for the last 11 years is that our fertilizer is able to increase yields up to 30% or even more. And it has a capacity to sequester CO2 from the atmosphere. We are talking about 1.1 tons of CO2 sequestered from the atmosphere in an acreage of land that uses our product. And the impact is more huge because we work with over 100 agrovets across the country. Our National Cereals Produce Board is one of our largest clients, Kenya Farmers Association, among other major cooperatives. And then that is employment created within that same ecosystem. And then we are also the first people to granulate biochar-based fertilizer. So we have a powder product and we have a granulated fertilizer. So what that means is if you're a large-scale farmer, you can use our product as you're using your machinery to do fertilization in the farm. The engineering product, that is biochar, it has different impact, just to ride on what Dr. Emmanuel was talking about. One of the major things that we are talking in this space is in terms of water retention. You are very much aware about the drought. So biochar, when you use it in the farm, which is a blended biochar, is that it's able to retain moisture, saving about 15% of irrigation needs. And then when we talk about microbial habitat, it's also able to shelter beneficial bacteria and the fungi from predation and drying. And then the aeration of root growth. So this is particular a product that is very good, especially when you're doing transplanting and even when you're developing your nurseries. So one of our largest clients was initially Komaza. So it's very good in tree nurseries or any kind of nursery. And then on the long term, in terms of carbon sequestration, I had already spoken, I think I'm not very much. Okay, so in terms of carbon sequestration, we are certified by Pure Earth, and our machine is also certified by the Pure Earth. So we are talking about 1.1 tons of CO2 sequestered in an acreage of land. In terms of soil rejuvenation, we are able to achieve within a timeline of 4 years, we can get our soils back to where they were. So they become, they get back to fertility status. When we talk about traction, Safi Organics being in this space, we have made some milestones. We are not yet there, but we have had impact to over 21,000 smallholder farmers that we serve across the country. Also, in terms of the production capacity, we have grown from the 5 to 5 times. So currently we have a production plant doing about 6,000 tons per annum. In terms of the gross margin, we are able to gather 40% gross margin from the sales of our product. 20% of this is also gathered through the sales of carbon credit. In terms of yields, I talked about 30%. In terms of the tons of waste that we have recycled from their environment is about 21,000 tons. So this is also equivalent to about 5,000 tons of CO2 that we have sequestered from the atmosphere. When you talk about the rural jobs, Safi Organics create about 110 rural direct jobs that through our suppliers who supply us the biomass, through our sales agent, through agrovets, and also having a full capacity to employ 52 full-time employees within the organization. In terms of how much we have raised about $2 million in terms of debt, equity, and grant. And we also focus on key sustainability goals. Number 1 being no poverty, and second, zero hunger, among the others listed there. In terms of the financing challenges, there's also limited growth, capital for cross-sector, because our organization like Safi Organics focuses on circularity, we focus on technology, we focus on organic fertilizer production. So it becomes a very critical for us to get a lender or an organization that will be able to deploy capital all at once. So it's very competitive, and it also takes a very long time to actually gather capital. When you talk about technology, it's a new technology, priorities the state that we have developed in MIT. It has taken us about 10 years to develop that. So what that means is that there's still some risk that is associated from what is currently in the market with the lenders. And they're timing it is a very high risk, because as you are also talking about carbon credit, the space is also very volatile. When you talk about the missing middle, the financial gap, we are too advanced for grant funding. However, when the investors are looking at this, they're wondering, why have it taken all this long time? But mind you, this was a technology convincing farmers to transition from the synthetic to what now we are calling organic fertilizers or even a blend. So taking all that long time and is also a questioning gap for the investors. As we talk about the capital intensive, producing fertilizers and the technology that we are using even to granulate the product is really capital intensive. So getting the upfront capital to set up is also a very key challenge in the market for us. And then the environmental value. Yes, we are creating environmental value. We are social focused, but then most lenders, they overlook this. And what that means is that we are not able to fast track, just like not in comparison with the business as usual practices that are available in the market. In terms of what you talk about, what are the opportunities? We have many youths, myself included. I started this when I was 24, so I was 23. So what that means is in Africa, we have over 70% of our youths, and they can deploy themselves in these activities. Then the other opportunity that I also see is the availability of biomass. Imagine all the millions of tons that we get from our farms. What are we doing about it? It's only causing greenhouse gas emissions in the environment, but it's something that can be done for us to be able to scale. Then the other thing is we have a lot of high soil degradation in Africa. The solution can only be available if we deploy and ensure that we have a local decentralization of such companies such as Safi Organics, and we can work together through researchers, through partners, through deployment of capital to ensure that we get back our lands where they were. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joyce. This was very refreshing to see also that we're not talking only about concepts, but also very practical things, also for you, small box of chocolates as a gift. Thank you very much. So we go on with the second case. Second case leads us to West Africa. Katja Wari, CEO from AgriCord, will present us here a case by farmers' organization.
So hello, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm not very good at following instructions. I try to respect time, but I'm not going to stick to West Africa because I'm going to talk about, I don't know if are the slides going to come up or not, so that I know to, yeah? Just that I know to adapt. So I'm going to focus on one bottleneck for scaling, because agroecology is very knowledge intensive and requires locally adapted knowledge, and we have to be able to also change the ways that scientists and farmers and farm organizations and extensionists work together, so that we can find bridges between academic scientific rigor and farmer-led empirical experimentation. So I'm going to focus on that. This is one example how you can maybe accelerate scaling when you change the way that you co-create knowledge. And in FORI, we actually were working across the globe, so that's why I'm not sticking to West Africa. What I'm saying here is coming from all these 17 countries where this farmer organization-led research and innovation program was done. And there is no one size fits all. This is just one example. There's never going to be a final version of agroecology. Principles remain, but we have to constantly innovate because climate changes, pests emerge, market change, and so on. So in FORI, there were a lot of innovations related to practices, and you will be able to hear from those in the side event this afternoon. But here I'm thinking about how to scale the capacity to innovate. And our secret spice in the source was that we said, okay, we need to change the dynamics between scientists and farmers. How about we put research budget to farmers' organizations and let them figure out how they want to go about this. And there were about 89 formal cooperation agreements that were established between farmers' organizations and national and local research partners. And farm organizations were really left to choose with whom they want to work. And it's interesting how this shows the power relations that we have still in knowledge creation. Even if we talk about co-creation, traditionally it's research who leads, and budgets are there. So it's not so easy to do it differently. In some countries, it was very difficult for the farm organizations to find research partners because how do you move them? Just from there? All right. There were difficulties sometimes to find research partners who even accepted to work like that, even though there was budget for their work, but they said this is not right. If it's a research project, we should be the budget holders. So we also learned that that when you talk about co-creation, it's not only about methodologies, how do you do participative research, it's a lot about unlearning mindsets and shifting, building trust, fostering equality, joint decision-making genuinely between researchers and farmers. And farm organization is quite well placed to facilitate this kind of mindset shifts. And then everyone learns. That is also important learning. We are often focusing on what farmers have to learn, and that's of course important when we are scaling agroecology. But as there's also this emphasis on local knowledge, we also have to recognize that farmers already know things, and maybe what other actors have to do is to help them to better valorize what they already know and learn to share that, and then in dialogue with other actors, scientists included, then work towards even better solutions for whatever problems they might face. And so that is the important learning also that came from this experiment, that a lot of researchers who were involved in these projects said that they learned a lot, and that there's a lot of actually competence gaps, especially in natural science current curricula. There's not enough soft skills that allow this kind of participatory research to emerge. And this is maybe something to think about for university side when training new scientists, that maybe there could be some specializations more towards this kind of participatory approaches. And what we also see is that there are a lot of different ways to co-research and co-innovate and co-create knowledge, and to be farmer-centric, because that has been said in pretty much every intervention today, that things have to be more farmer-centric and so on, and I applaud that. But we also then should be clear what does that mean, and it's not that all kinds of research requires the same type of farmer involvement, and we should be clear in our heads what requires what. And I think that FORI shows, because a lot of innovation have started immediately to scale through farmer organization extension, that there should be this type of farmer organization or farmers-led action research. But then in other types of research, farmers can have different roles in decision-making on priorities or validating innovations and so on, and not to mash everything into the same, yes, we co-create, because then you risk to mislabel, and you might actually engage in processes where farmers' time, land, data, and knowledge becomes just raw materials for others to create value, and that's not what co-creation is all about. Co-creation is about sharing decision-making power and compensating different actors for their contributions, and also recognizing them, even in peer-reviewed articles. If there's farmers' knowledge that went into it, it would be maybe good to also recognize them amongst the authors. And then this leads to the, if research performance indicators and financing mechanisms actually support this kind of farmer-centric approaches. Yeah. And then important learning, there's a lot of research on agroecological practices. We need more research that is from the starting already in a value chain approach, because nothing will scale if it's not economically viable and interesting for farmers. Only hobby farmers can do things differently for other reasons. And also in this experiment where farmer organizations were leading, good thing is that they are the legitimate voice of farmers, so there was a lot of advocacy also, so that helps them to shift the policy frameworks and incentives so that they support the agroecological transition. And yes, agroecology will not scale project by project. Projects are important, and that's the current financing mechanism for a lot of research. But actually, if we really are serious about scaling knowledge-intensive agroecology, we should be seriously investing in farmer-led innovation systems and in the institutions that sustain them, not forgetting farm organizations. So I stop there.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Katja. I think you gave a lot of hints, a lot of things to think about. You know.
Do I get my chocolate?
And of course, you get your chocolate. And it is actually a very excellent introduction to a panel in which we can digest also thoughts that were expressed, presented. And it's actually the moment I would like to invite the panel to come up here. So please, Anthony Aguero, please, Janet Edeme, Silvia Curia, Claude Savadongo, and Mareike Fox and Kofi Akwaye, please come up to the stage. And please leave, why did you change here? Yeah, please leave the outer, just as before, and the chairs on the edges, please leave them empty, and the one in the middle as well empty. Just come and have a seat. Wonderful. Thank you very much for joining us here in this discussion about agroecology. You have your microphone sometimes shared, either left or right. Yes, we actually prepared. We prepared for a discussion, and we would like to have here what we call a fishbowl. A fishbowl is a discussion where we start in the panel, and everybody will get a question and start introduction. Then we start to talk to each other. We do not just want to have, let's say, a panel discussion from the front to the audience, but also an interactive discussion so that you can also participate. And you will get at one time also then the invitation also to come up on stage, be part of it, and be part of the discussion. But let me start first here in this round. I would like to introduce first Anthony Aguero, professor, actually from Ruforum, and professor at the Makerere University in Uganda. Most welcome. Anthony, I know that agroecology, ecology, and sustainability, those are more and more important issues for you in your work, and you increasingly discuss the solutions actually. And in this session, we would like to strengthen the science policy practice interface. We had already these statements here from the panel, but I would like to ask you, can you explain here the three most important factors to consider when policymakers and practitioners want to scale agroecology? Scale agroecology, that was very important here. What are the three most important factors so that we can achieve sustainability for food system at a landscape level? Please use the micro on your left. Yep. Done. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marcus. I think first the issue is around why does this matter? All these agroecology conversations, and basically just put it three issues that Africa's agri-food systems are confronted with. One, the first one is we have a very high pressures around the climate change and variability issues that are affecting all of us. And when we put it in terms of basic elements, in terms of what are the costs that are associated with it, is you really find that we are losing about anywhere between 289 billion US dollars equivalent annually because of climate change associated. The second confrontation that we're dealing with is really around the degradation of soils, and the estimated costs associated with loss is around 68 billion annually. So if you put those two, we can see where the losses are coming in. The third is around the volatile issues around import dependency. And if we put now the continent and all the continent associated with all the recent Iran, Iraqi, and all these conversations and the war that is happening, we know that the fertilizer industry is going to be affected. And we're going to be in a real bit of issues for those that are dependent on inorganic fertilizers. So if you put that into consideration, you basically begin to see the irony that we are facing. Then the final one, which is the fourth issue, we are confronted with all this youth unemployment. I know for most of us that are in urban areas, the first thing when you're looking for a property where to stay, you want, is it having a wall fence? Does it have security guards that are armed? But you're fearing about your own fellow citizens. There are 7.4 million young Africans that don't have work. We're only making 3 million jobs a year. And there's the deficit of 7.4 million every year that come into the economy that need work. So those four issues put us at parallel, and we need to be thinking about that. So if then I go now to the three issues that we need to be paying attention to, and that policymakers need to therefore pay attention, is that first, we've seen all here, there's evidence that this agroecology thing works. And therefore, there is no debate about it. But we need to deal with the policy issues and therefore focus on the three priority areas that I would like to put across. One, we need to redirect and de-risk finance that is aimed towards agroecology, but also for enterprise processes and for extension. Now, I would like to take just illustrative example. One, and I would like to thank Safi Organics. I don't know whether it is Safi Organics that was also started with Rigu, Samuel Rigu. Well, you are the first young entrepreneurs that Ruforum awarded in 2016. And it is now nice to see that you've grown and you're talking about taking equity, 2 million USD. That was a very difficult conversation in 2016 because all the young innovators in that room were so scared about talking a conversation on taking equity. But I would like to use illustrative example of how young people are utilizing science and therefore deploying agroecology. So in Tanzania, we are supporting currently one young person who is into biopesticides. And this year alone, she's done and supported put in about 50,000 hectares for cotton and maize with biopesticides. If we put all that together, she's actually put in this season alone about 15 million USD into the economy. And because 34,000 farmers have used her biopesticides and 16,000 farmers in cotton that have used that biopesticide. These are real people, these are real farmers. We know the GPSs where they are located. And therefore, it is possible for us to be able to deploy. But what am I driving across around de-risking finance is that if we need young people and drive them into the direction where we want, we need to enable and make finance accessible and affordable. Because the biggest issue that we are having and that policymakers need to deal with is the cost of credit in our continent. In Nigeria here, the cost of credit ranges anywhere between 32 to 40%. How do you expect a young person to go to the bank and borrow at 40% to invest? You need to be a witch doctor for you to become profitable.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That is all right.
An excellent point. I would like to take here and go to Sylvia. Sylvia, you are a practitioner, as Anthony has stressed and emphasized, that we have to have practical solutions. And we know you also as a pioneer, Sylvia, from bringing actually concept into practice and translate that either on the market or about science and policy, right? So now, when we come to this operator level, what do you feel? What trade and operators need actually to become more dynamic with greater supply of sustainable products, improved food sovereignty and nutrition security? Where do actually you, from your perspective, actually need more energy, more support?
Thank you very much. So basically, when you think about the food system, and we've had this debate over and over again that farmers say they have produce that they want to sell to the market, especially produce that is grown using organic or agroecology, and yet the market also says that they can't be able to access these products. And we find that over years, and the work that has been done in this sector, we've actually focused more on the production. So that means that when you look at the full food systems, that we actually have huge gaps that actually need a lot of support. When I think about the issue of, say, just getting the products just to be processed, there's very little work or research that has been put in there. Secondly, when you think about, again, logistics, in my opinion, actually, logistics is one of the major issues as to why we're not able to get our products out into the market. Even something as basic, because I'm running an aggregation center out in Nairobi, and just getting the farmers, even just to package the produce in a carton, in a box carton, is almost impossible. They want to be able to, the only way they can do it is maybe just like have it in a sack or in a gunny bag. And you can imagine, you have to use that as a way to transport in the means. And what happens is eventually that a very nice organic product gets to the city when it's all, like spoiled and mangled, and you can't be able even to see that, the process and the effort, that the farmers have been able to put in. And then finally, just thinking about, like the consumption, for us farmers and business people, we have to think through the whole value chain. So I have to plant the crop. I have to figure out how it's going to get to the market. And then after that, I still have to be able to convince the consumer to buy it from me. And what's the role of civil society? What are they doing in terms of being able to change, the diets of the consumers and people to be able to ask for these organic products? And maybe just to bring this together, like how would we be able to see how we can bring this together? Of course, we've been talking a lot about the co-creation of knowledge, but I still think something that, we have to take seriously is what the previous speaker spoke about, in terms of having farmers at the forefront of research. I would like to see research in the food system that is focusing on processing and packaging. Is there any research that's focusing on logistics? What is the research on the consumer behavior? And be able to link it back to the farmers and also be able to link it out to the market. because farmers can't do everything. And then thinking about how we can be able to create farmer research networks where the farmers are the lead, in this research, of course, being validated by the scientists and having the co-creation of knowledge. And I think when we're able to put these two together, like different aspects together and working through the whole food system, I think we're going to have some really good benefits.
Interesting, how you stress the importance actually from research to practice, how you say actually what you need there and what is actually also required actually to bring up for solutions in things which we haven't discussed so much, like the seeds, for example, is a big issue. Logistics, you have stressed. Quite interesting messages. And I would like to go on now to Claude. Claude Savadongo. Claude, you are even a second generation from the movement of agroecology. So you have actually taken over successful, I dare say, a successful entrepreneurship, and you promote actually countless solutions for input producers. So we go, you have heard also Safi Organics, you have heard Sylvia also, and now I'm interested actually in your vision that you have, stressing the young generation also. What is your vision and how do you feel then when particularly looking at the domestic markets? On the one hand, we say, yes, it's good to have export products, but what we'd like to stress is the domestic market. And actually, how can these actually become more normal? Sylvia talked about the consumer, for example, how this can be more normal, and that is not a niche only, but it's a reality also for most African families.
Okay. Thank you very much. For me, at the first point, we need to change narrative and to avoid to consider agroecology as the central of the problem of agriculture and not over. Because as long as we see a marginal narrative, it will remain confined to secondary role. But if we adopt its main pathway, it can sustainably transform our farming systems. This is firstly. And secondly, we need to support local agroecological entrepreneurship. Our authority must support local agroecological entrepreneurship to help them to make a scaling up in the term of production, scaling up in the term of capacity of production, the quality of production, and the innovation. It is the agrochemical industry used this to develop. We must also strengthen the integration of scientific research and innovation for the validation of traditional knowledge in entrepreneurship in order to enhance the competitiveness of agroecological input product. It's important to improve accessibility of agroecological product, physically accessibility, financial affordability, packaging, and easy of use, even if we don't make a scaling up. We must also support agroecological transition. Why? To involve training of agricultural technicians, provide training, advice, and extension service to the farmers, and encourage them to use agroecological input, like the same that agrochemical made with chemical input. We can use the same practice. We must promote a value chain in agroecological product with specialization. We cannot be a single actor cannot be efficient of all the chain value. We need to specialize of each actor during the value chain. And with specialization by link economy of scale we achieve and product quality will improve. It is most important. And for me, we must break the myth that agroecological product or organic product must be necessarily expensive. We need to have an ethical pricing. It is essential to ensure that agroecological products remain accessible and competitive. And at the least, we need to develop agroecological market. It is important to develop agroecological market by making it competitive, credible, and support by public policy. For example, for this meeting, for the lunch or coffee tea, we can use agroecological product to help or to support agroecological farmers. At least we must create a social pact between farmers, consumer, and the community to support agroecological, because agroecological farmers have a responsibility to preserve our health, our environment, and we have a responsibility or benefits and share on them to equitable way.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're getting closer and closer to the people. We heard about, addressing also attitudes, behavior, and now we're coming actually to the people, what they really need. We talk about price, for example. You talk about many things which are very close to people, so that we can also talk about mainstreaming in reality. When I'm coming to Mareike, we heard before, actually, you lead the Namibian Organic Agriculture Movement. You bring together all kind of stakeholders, not only like one type of operator, all kind of stakeholders, including consumers. And one of your engagement is actually also in the KCO project, which means knowledge management, the Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture and Agroecology in Africa. So we heard already in the keynote that organic agriculture and agroecology is very knowledge intensive, very diplomatic way of expressing that is sometimes difficult, that there are challenges and not so easy and not so my question to you is actually, is that complicated for people to apply, for farmers, for input producers, for consumers and so on? And if yes, how can we facilitate that the knowledge translates, that the knowledge flows, and that people can learn, and maybe also through that support the transition process? It's supposed to work, right?
Okay. Now
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay.
We hear you, Mareike.
Great. Yes, thank you, Marcus. I think it was great for me to see in the speeches that we've already heard that there's so much alignment, and a lot of what I kind of would want to say has already been mentioned. Yes, agroecology is complex, but I think farmers, also consumers, they're used to taking decisions in complex situations. All of us who are farming know that it's not a simple decision-making process, but it's always complex. So that's not new, and especially in farming contexts where traditional knowledge is still very present, complexity is nothing that's new. So I think that's not a reason to not apply agroecological principles. And this emphasis on co-creation of knowledge, is in my eyes one of the keys of overcoming this complexity and really making sure that solutions fit the context and that they work on the ground. But of course, we also don't want to reinvent the wheel. So there are solutions for problems that occur in very different contexts within agriculture in Africa. And for this, I feel that knowledge management is really critical. And with the KCOA project, we do try, or we aim at making this available over the continent. So we have a database with a lot of different knowledge products, and the key is that these knowledge products, they are needs-based. There's always an assessment of what is actually needed what is the challenge, what is needed to overcome it. It is validated, and then there's also a process for activating these knowledge products. So very often we come up with an idea, we co-create knowledge, and then we put it into a poster or a podcast or something, but it's not really accessible to the farmers. So to really make sure that these knowledge products, they are accessible to farmers in different contexts, I think that's a really critical step in knowledge management.
We talk a lot about gender and youth, and Kofi, I come to you. You represent YPART, you engage for the youth, and here my question to you is actually, why is organic and agroecology attractive to young people? Do not many people say, okay, young people want to go out of agriculture, they want to migrate to the cities, and what can actually agroecology offer to young people?
All right, so from the work that I do with YPART, the Young Professionals for Agricultural Development, we connect with youth in the Southern Africa region as well. I mentioned the Southern Africa region, especially because of the project we run at that side, but we are widespread across the continent and across the globe. But in the Southern African region, where we have the RAINS initiative, that's the Research and Agroecology Networks in Southern Africa, we get to interact with youth. We get to help to address the barriers that are among youth when it comes to the adoption of agroecology. Talk about building our capacity as youth, improving our perspective about agroecology, and also contributing to the improvement of the policy environment. Thank you. Thanks for that help. We also get to connect youth with opportunities to be involved in agroecology research and knowledge exchange as well. So through our interactions, we actually get to the hearts of youth. We understand what youth are looking for when they want to engage in the agri-food systems. We as youth are seeing the agri-food systems as a job opportunity. So the moment you think about job, you are thinking about the benefits that come with it. You're thinking about the environment, just like in any working environment. You would see that the working environment contributes to the output of the staff. It's just the same as in agroecology as well. We see ourselves as insects that are being attracted to ripe fruits, even as humans. So I'll tell you what RIPE is. RIPE is an acronym that I noticed when we had this engagement with our youth, talking about this youth conversations that we brought them together to talk and then see the way forward for Africa's food systems. Through this, we realized that youth are looking for a resilient food system, and that's the R. We are looking for an inclusive food systems as well. And we are looking for productive food systems, and we're looking for an environmentally sustainable food systems. And this is, for the environmentally sustainable is where we have to dwell on much, because that would show whether youth are staying or not. But the good news is that agroecology provides all of this. Agroecology gives an opportunity for youth to be involved in various aspects, not just production, various aspects of the agri-food systems, where we are engaged in research, we are engaged in even co-creation of knowledge. We get to interact with farmers, we get to be innovators ourselves, not just beneficiaries as traditional projects have made us as youth. And these are the kind of things that are attracting youth to agroecology. So we talk about modern agriculture, we talk about modern farming. We don't see agroecology as going back to the past, but we see agroecology as a combination of indigenous knowledge, a combination of indigenous knowledge with science and practice and all the good that can come out of it. And of course, this makes it ripe and attractive to us as youth.
Thank you very much, Kofi. This sounds very encouraging. So you see, I changed my position here. I'm coming here to you a bit more closer. The purpose is actually that we now maybe start more to talk to each other. And you see there are two chairs on the left and the right here. So I would like to invite everybody in the room also to participate in this discussion. We call that a fishbowl. That means these two empty chairs are not there to stay empty, but occupied by you. There is a small stairs on the right-hand side, a small stairs behind that, just behind the microphone over there. So please come up, who wants to be here. You don't need to come with questions. You can come with opinions, comments, be part of the discussion, and please engage with us. You will get then the stage also and can talk here. Everybody is encouraged to come up, please. Yeah, so, and in the meantime, before people make up, coming up here, I would like to come back to the panel and say, you heard the others, right? Are there any immediate reactions? Anthony, you were the first, right? And you had not the opportunity to react to what people have said. Are there any immediate reactions? What you feel maybe you would like to make a comment to what maybe Sylvia or Mareike said? Over there. You just use the same mic.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the first one really is with regards to Sylvia. And the issue really is that a lot of our research in the continent has focused a lot on primary production. And that limits how much we have been able to move our farmers and also move our practitioners who are into value addition, post-harvest management and so forth, has generally been weak. But there has been some islands of success. I see Professor FARA is here. He's been doing a lot of work when he was in Stellenbosch with ensuring a lot of value addition things happen and a lot of that. One thing though I would like to notice is that also I've been driving a lot of young people into value addition and post-harvest management, is that there's a lot of, we have a lot of gatekeeping in our systems. And this is part of where policy needs and policy leaders need to address. So it takes on average, if you want to complete the value addition and post-harvest management work, say for example in feed, if you're in Kenya, it will take you about $22,000 for you to complete accreditation. And that in itself is locking out so many people out of the value addition and post-harvest management. And because there is a lot of gatekeeping. So how do we make our policymakers to begin to be facilitators and our systems to be able to encourage standards, making people to meet standards without locking them out? So we need to change our systems to begin to facilitate the process rather than waiting at the gate to say, you have not met this, you have not met this, you have not met this, you don't qualify for this. So simply put, if you're a startup interested in this value addition thing, and you need $22,000, you will make a sign of the cross. You will have to be very courageous to stay in.
Yeah, very interesting point, Anthony, because this is one thing which the seed people often raise, where they say it's inhibiting the seed laws and everything. And Sylvia, you have raised the seed issue here. Huh? Do you want to comment on Anthony's remarks?
So when he talks about the gatekeepers, this come about because of the gaps in the system. Because if there was no gap, there'd be no gatekeepers. Let me give the example also just like back to like the logistics, which is very close to my heart. Let me just say something. Because we don't have proper research, development, documentation on how produce moves from the farms to the markets, we found that now we have the middlemen who have now come in and taken over completely. And they're the so-called gatekeepers that are making sure that they're the ones who are dictating the prices, the quality and everything. So farmers actually have no say. So I think as we keep speaking about, like these different gaps, I would like us to think about very, very tangible solutions. We are talking about farmer-centric research. What is that? What does it entail? What are we going to put? And what are, the very clear steps that you're going to have at the end of this to say that, yes, farmers are going to be the custodians of the research. They know exactly what's going to be happening so that we can be able to now to make sure that we're able to pick up, and scale agroecology through the full food system.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sylvia. Now I would like to welcome my guests here on the left and the right-hand side. I think, David, you were first. Can you please introduce yourself? And then, floor is yours.
Do I introduce myself and then proceed?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is David Amuravi. I'm here as a guest. And very soon, some of you will be interacting with me through a new organization that I'm part of, Africa Food Systems Transformation Trust. I want to make very quick interventions to the speaker who talked about agroecological products and Sylvia who talked about consumption. These are very important aspects within the realm of agroecology. And we all know that our markets currently are not very much differentiated as far as agroecological products are concerned. And I think an important question that we should then be asking ourselves is, how do we have markets structured in a manner that agroecological products are recognized? We all know when you talk of conventional products or organic products, that is understood. But so far on the issue of agroecological products, that is one way we need to go. And also, what standards should we be having on this? And then a very quick and important intervention I want to put to the question of when it comes to policy considerations. What is it that policymakers should be looking at for us to be able to have the appetite to promote agroecological transition? And I think here it's a very important question, knowing that we are working within a space that has huge competition from the chemical-based industry. And it is also a very attractive to policymakers. So a question that we should be asking ourselves is, how do we reduce the appetite by policymakers towards the chemical industry and appreciate the potential from the agroecology? And I just want to say I was quite impressed yesterday when someone, a very brilliant student, is doing research to show if we reduce subsidies on the chemical industry by 30% and we put that into bio inputs, what our dear sister has just shown with biochar, what are the spin-offs in the economy? How much are we really going to benefit? So Marcus and the team, for me, I feel having very practical cases that show, now that's where the evidence comes in, that if we invest a bit more in agroecology, not disregarding the chemical industry because we can't fight them at once, we can see the benefits we are likely to get. But again, Marcus, and I want to finish with this point, then how do we communicate that to convince people? I've been listening to this meeting from yesterday, Marcus. People talk of, we need more evidence, we need more evidence. But the truth is, evidence is overwhelming, but not much in terms of changing the course is happening. So what more do we need to do beyond the evidence? So evidence is good, it is sufficient, but it's not sufficient, and therefore we need to do something else. And for me, I feel we need a bit more of more proactive policy advocacy. And maybe that is an area we can discuss a bit later. But that one is very important beyond just showing evidence that agroecology works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. I'm stressing the importance of policy and framework conditions. Yes, I think nobody would contradict you here, but I think an important point that maybe was missing so far in the discussion, and thank you very much for this contribution. I'm coming to the right-hand side to our next guest. Please introduce yourself and make your contribution or question. Well, just maybe one thought to David. So, the behavior change, that was something that was stressed by Katja. And I think she stressed the behavior change on the level of farming and operation. You stressed the behavior change on the level of policies, and maybe both is relevant.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm looking at agroecology along the value chain and the need to scale up. Now, the issue is, how do we scale when we currently don't have national policies on agroecology? What we have is strategies. I know we have some countries in Africa do have agroecology strategy, some roadmap, some blueprint, but we do not have a standalone agroecology policy that could drive enabling environments for these practices to work in our respective countries. So what should we be doing in this platform in terms of advocacy to have a standalone agroecology policy in our respective countries? I know that some countries have an integrated approach in the broader agricultural policy, but we do not have a standalone document for this practice to thrive. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your contribution. The chairs are filled again. Very good. You know, we can continue there. Sylvia, you want to direct immediately to this one, right?
Please,
And maybe you
please.
stay for a moment, because there's maybe.
Yeah, please, please. I just want to give an example that might encourage you and maybe the others. Like in Kenya, we actually have our national agroecology strategy that was launched in 2024. And then we also have about 5 different counties, which are like districts, that have actually passed agroecology policies. But then what we have found is that, launching is one thing, but implementing is something else, which also takes some time. But, like in my village, we actually have a small CBO whereby we came together and we decided to see how we can be able to work from the grassroots to actually be part of the policy processes. So we actually took part in public participation, and we actually pushed our local county government to fund our activities, up to a tune of about $800,000, and all activities were based and embedded in the principles. So as much as we're working, from the top, we also need to be able to work with the local farmers and make sure that they're taking part in policy processes, because from the ground up, is what brings up the implementation of these strategies. So we can have as many as we want at the top. It's very complex and sometimes doesn't trickle down to the real people. But if you're able to put together farmers, take part in active public participation, they're actually able to, raise funds through the governments to actually fund agroecology. And for us, we've actually been able to do it successfully in my village, and now seeing how to scale that model to also other African villages.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Sylvia, for reminding us that actually policy counts not only on continental, regional, and country level, but also on county level. And I think Kenya has done their excellent examples, which can also be copied elsewhere. Thank you very much. And you have a new guest. Please introduce yourself and make your contribution.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Name is Tayo Oni from the African Grain Store Network. All right, so what I want to contribute this is basically from the youth perspective, getting them interested in agriculture, in agroecology, right? Media. I think media is a very strong way, social media to be exact. Every youth right now wants to get involved in social media, and you will discover and agree that there is really no strata, there is no age bracket that is not watching, listening, or involved in social media. And it's really a very powerful tool in changing the mindset, in changing perspectives. Like you would know, when major products are coming out, they go through the media to change mindset. We all thought breakfast was the most important meal of the day until recently. Secondly, concerning finance, I think we need to begin to look at policies, financial institutions whereby financial products are being developed and designed to really support agroecology and organic agriculture. I think that would be a very good methodology, because that would help both sides, both the financial institutions, understand what is being done by the small-scale farmer in agroecology, and the small-scale farmers in agroecology also understand what is required, what is necessary by the financial institutions to have access to finance, so that at the end of the day, each side wins. They are sure of getting, the financial institutions are sure of getting their money back, and of course, the smallholder farmers are sure of making profit. Once all this is in play and we project it out through media, it helps everyone to get on board.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Kofi, you want to react immediately from a youth perspective, or you just want to keep it like this?
Yeah, so thank you. I agree with Tayo. It's all about packaging. I think we haven't done enough, should I call it publicity, about it. The youth, mainly, as I spoke previously, we're looking for work that is profitable, work that is sustainable. Would I be able to continue farming after a number of years of the way I do my farming now. And agroecology answers that question, and in a very affirmative way, would be able to, because it's sustainable. And that's the message we should be pushing out. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Anthony, you want to react to this?
Okay, thank you very much. Tayo, you raised something very foundational now in the context of how young people think. One, the role of creatives. So we recognize some of these things from the Forum perspective. And working together, for example, with Egerton University, we launched a little bit of a pilot test on creatives in agriculture and agricultural sciences. And it's amazing how many young people showed cause to get into the creatives vis-a-vis how many applications we were receiving for entrepreneurship. All right? How many applications came for creatives for agriculture, and how many applications came for entrepreneurship in agricultural science. And so that therefore basically means that we need to try to begin to pipeline young people where their ambition and interest is, but we also do not need to remove young people out of the productive elements within agroecology, because they will need good content that sells. Otherwise, that way they can be able to associate with the process, so that they can then begin to come back into. I've been in Nigeria now almost for 2 weeks. The hotel where we stayed in Port Harcourt, in the evening, it's like young people have been the hotel has just been opened for content creation. They are spending most of their time shooting videos, changing faces, changing clothes, and so forth. And I was looking and asking myself, all right, so supposing these guys are busy on farm shooting these videos for getting the right content to the right people for the right process. So we basically need to reorganize even within the university processes to begin to see social media as a good driver for positive processes, because in psychology there is reinforcement behavior and then the stimulant. There is a stimulant somewhere, there is a market that needs this content. We can get young people professionally trained and make the creatives better, but with an agroecological jinx to it.
Thank you very much for this contribution. I'm going now to the right-hand side. Harun, please introduce and make your contribution.
I don't know if this works. Yeah, okay. Hello, my name is Harun. I'm from FIBU. I'm an agronomist. In the morning, the opening speaker said that we don't have to be politically correct. So I'm going to make very politically incorrect statement, just to state that first. Since yesterday, we've been hearing a lot of great ideas, great initiatives, great work. People are working hard to change the food production landscape for the better, right? And things are not, working the way that we want. Of course, it's a very incremental process and it's slow. And everybody's asking why and providing more solutions, right? And the reason it's not working the way that we want is not because we don't have enough dynamic people, we don't have enough education, we don't have this and that in Africa. Everything is there almost, but because the playing field is not fair, right? That this is a global food market, and Africa is not isolated, and it's really heavily affected by Europe or other countries, mainly Europe, right? So when you don't have, and the success of European farmers is not because they figured out the ways of perfect production or agroecological production. They're doing okay because of the subsidies. So the whole playing field is not fair, and nobody can survive in this kind of environment. No farmers can survive, and the only way that you can survive in this global unfair playing the field is that government needs to support. That's why European farmers get average 50% subsidy, right? Otherwise, they cannot survive too. So this is really important to understand. So then what happens is that all these European production, for example, like one of the ways that's negatively influencing Africa is that food dumping, for example. We all know that, right? That wheat, for example, in West Africa is cheaper than local grains, right? So if you have wheat that's not produced in West Africa, cheaper than millet and sorghum, doesn't matter how agroecological you are as a millet farmer in Mali, you're not going to be able to compete. You're not going to have conscious consumers buying your product, right? You cannot develop to the food chain or the value chain, right? So yes, we need to work on the solutions. I mean, all things going on here is, people talking about is really good. We need to work on it, continue working on it, but at the same time recognize this imbalance. Because if we don't recognize this imbalance, we're really gonna basically pull our pedals for nothing in the air, right? And our policymakers, I wish, nobody talked about these things, right? Nobody talked about decolonization, nobody talked about unfair trade rules. For example, EU is heavily penalizing processed foods, and this means basically you cannot process coffee in Africa and send it to Europe because it's not really paying. And the European countries are making more money on coffee than the Africans, right? So we need to really recognize these imbalances. Otherwise, we get stressed seeing that all the effort done by everyone in Africa is just not working. Then you go into self-criticism, like, oh, we're not hardworking enough, we don't have enough knowledge, we don't have good scientists. It's not true, right? So the playing has to be fair, the trade or global economical thing. So this is a very important point that we always miss. Like since yesterday, nobody mentioned this. Nobody.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. I think Haroon, point taken. I think goes in the same direction as David has also stressed here. I think the frame conditions policy work is utmost important. Right. Irene wanted to bring up some questions from the remote participants because there were some things in the chat. I think it's time now to bring it up. And I have one more. Okay. You come up, and then after that, I have to close the panel because of time reason. So the two last participants, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I'm Charles Ayuboro Adama with the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. I sit in the policy office on the CADEP desk in Ghana. Recently, I was in a stock-taking event at the sub-regional level, and having assessed our agricultural initiatives in the sub-region for the past decade, we realized that ecological agric was largely missing across the sub-region. Now, if we have to make progress with ecological agriculture in the sub-region and in Africa, one thing we need to look at is to engage at the policy level. Very important. We must have it in our sectoral policies, translate them into investment plans, and develop strategic programs, flagship programs for implementation. When we look at organic chemical fertilizers and agrochemicals that we have predominantly, they provide policymakers with statistics. For instance, in Ghana, we know our current consumption of chemical fertilizers. We are told where we are supposed to get to. There is a gap. And we have flagship programs that give subsidies on these inputs, making them readily available. Extension protocols are available for farmers to know exactly what to do. These things are taught to farmers. We need to have ecological agricultural protocols at the granular level to engage extension agents, to engage policymakers so that farmers can really take these up. Then we have to also make the case for the profitability of it. I think we have not really gone deeply into the profitability of ecological agriculture. How long will the farmer be able to recover, break even, move into profits? These are very important if we have to bring the youth on board. The youth are driven by profit. They go online and they do all those content creation because they get quick cash. if we are able to demonstrate that they can have more dignity in the agricultural area, financially profitable, and also they can trend with it. All these things, we can make this granular information available and draw people into the ecological agricultural sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you for this contribution. Let's come to the last contribution here. And in the meantime, I ask panelists to make a glimpse on the, yeah, please come up with the messages again here from the online participants. You will afterwards get an opportunity to have like a last statement, and maybe there is some inspiration on the comments from the online participants. But now the floor is yours. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Taiwo Agbola Ojelabi of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security.
The microphone needs to be.
Yes, now it's open.
Hello?
Yes.
My name is Taiwo Agbola Ojelabi of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. You see, let me start this way. When you see a lady and you want to marry a lady, that particular lady, because she possesses some qualities that you love, you need to talk to her. You need to convince her that you are superior to any other man in this world. And that is what we need to do about agroecology. Because agriculture is being looked at from two angles, from conventional agriculture and from agroecological agriculture. We need to conduct sensitization and advocacy on our farmers, that agroecology is superior, is better than conventional agriculture. Because of that, we need to allow people of Africa, especially the smallholder farmers, the commercial farmers, we have to state the reasons why they are better. What are the benefits derivable from agroecological products? Number one, we need to convince them about the socio-economic imperatives of agroecological products. That's number one. Number two, we need to tell them about health benefit of agroecological products. Number three, we need to allow them to know the environmental benefits of agroecological product. Then, before we now talk about sustainability. So, with all this, the farmers, the consumers, because if there are farmers of agroecological products and then there are no consumers, it will lead to policy somersault. And then both the farmers and the consumers have to be incentivized. There must be a policy in place to give incentive to the producers of agroecological products, which are the farmers. Then we need to incentivize the consumers that if people place premium on agroecological products, these are the things that they stand to benefit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this last contribution. I'm coming to the final messages. Please, to the panel, keep to 15 to 30 seconds. Very brief, a last message which you want to bring in here from what you have heard, from what you conclude. We are in the wrapping up of the session, meaning reflecting of what you have heard. So where are the strong emphasis on your perspective and maybe your final message of the discussion what you have heard? Claude, you want to make a start?
Okay, thank you so much. Agroecology is very complex. So it's very complex, but we need to have an economic model because we haven't the market model. We need to have an economic model and also improve the standard to develop agroecological market standard and regulation. It is the way that we can help to improve the capacity of the market and to go out to the niche of market to the big market.
Thank you very much, Claude. Sylvia, next, please.
Yeah, let me just bump up on what he said. You know, markets are the ones that drive innovation. So we have to really put in a lot of effort in ensuring that agroecology gets to the market, so we can be able to drive innovation, and we need to be able to work beyond production and work through the full food system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Sharp and sweet. Thank you. And Anthony next.
Okay, a lot has been said, but one, we need to sort out the money arithmetics of agroecology. If the money is clear, the profits are clear, farmers will be in for it. We don't have to struggle to convince them because they are very astute decision makers. Second, as we are institutionalizing farmer-centered knowledge systems, we need to be able to deal with the equation that was also raised yesterday. In the 1980s, extensionists came on on bicycles. In the early 2000s, they came on motorcycles. Currently, they are going to them in Land Cruisers, but the farmers are still on under the same tree.
Okay, thank you very much, Anthony. Marek, next.
Yes, for me, I think it's great to see the alignment in the room and that we continue to have conversations about what we've learned and what we have to share, and we can build on that and build on our networks. And also, thank you to Harun for your comment. And I would like to urge all of us not to get paralyzed by these thoughts, but to think about how can we contribute something to overcoming this unfairness.
Thank you, Marek. Last but not least, Kofi.
Thank you. I believe I was put here for the youth, so I'll continue speaking for youth. Within the last few weeks, YPAD and FARA have been engaging youth in conversations on the food systems, the future of Africa's food systems. And this has led to the development of a position paper, which we call the African Position of the Youth on the Future of Africa's Food Systems. And in this, through the discussions, we realized that the youth have not particularly rejected the agri-food systems, but then we as youth are redefining it. We're redefining how it should be and showing what we want out of it. We are seeing ourselves as equal participants in the food systems. We are seeing ourselves as equal participants in agroecology as well, and not just beneficiaries as traditional projects and initiatives have put it. So all the youth, if you agree with me, just put your hands together for what we are standing for.
A nice final word. You know, I get up the chocolates, and then we will continue with the reflection immediately. And I invite Noara and Afronet here to me. So, applause for the panel, please. So where is Afronet and... they want to make a quick photo. Come, or you can down here maybe also make a photo. We haven't finished yet the session. We haven't finished the session yet, yeah? So, but please, Afronet and Jude, and yeah, I think we make photo afterwards, yeah? And afterwards we make photo. I invite here Noara and Afronet to me. Please come to me. You were both observing the session, right? So I have to my left-hand side Olupenga from Noara, which is the Organic Researcher Association in Africa. And I have Jude from Afronet, which is the network, the umbrella organization in Africa, right? You have observed it. What kind of things have you seen? What are the main messages? What are the key things which you take away and would want you to share? Olupenga, you want to make a start?
Well, I think it's been a nice time. You've listened to good discussions, and especially bordering on how to make agroecology viable in Africa and how to sustain. And then for me, what kept coming to my mind is from the perspective of research and innovation. Because as much as possible, if we And we'll want farmers or stakeholders or actors to embrace agroecology, and we have to consider the components of research for development. Because most times we see research as research standing alone, and then development separate. Development in this content, we are looking at agroecology. And there are so many components of agroecology. Production is just one. Marketing has been well mentioned. Logistics are mentioned. Policy, formulation and studies there. Co-creation of knowledge, which is data management. There are so many input development. And these are areas that appropriate research being deployed to address this could contribute immensely in upscaling agroecological production in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Olupenga. Jude.
Okay, thank you very much, the panelists and audience. The panelists brought incredible ground and urgent discussion. The insight they shared today perfectly illustrates the dual engines required to scale agroecology. First, robust science and mobilized, inclusive movement. So, let me share the insight of AfroNet from the movement perspective, representing civil society, private sector, and farmers. Science and policy launches are only the beginning. So I will take them from 4 different perspectives. First, action and direct policy introduction. Scientific evidence alone is not enough, as Charles said. We need direct participation and active introduction of agroecology into the policy with policymakers. You know, Korea's example is very good. Kenya's experience reinforces the launching of a policy must be backed by behavioral change and local actor empowerment. Then also, Anthony mentioned de-risking and structuring the market. To combat unemployment and build rural wealth, agroecology must be economically viable. We must de-risk finance, lower the cost of credit. Tayo was talking about it. No bank will give you credit that is not profitable. So, lower the cost of credit and establish mechanism like agroecological marketing board. Someone mentioned it. I don't know how we are going to deal with but it is important because to structure the market and promote entrepreneurship. Then youth, dignity, and quick capital. Agroecology must not be seen as a step backward. It must demonstrate the inherent dignity in this work by securing what Charles termed quick fund for the youth. And if you don't show the youth that they must make fund quickly and early to be able to start life, they will not listen. So by securing what Charles termed quick fund for the youth and leveraging what Anthony identified as positive change-making power of social media, we can connect our young generation directly to the highly profitable agroecological opportunities. To scale agroecology out of the niche and into the reality of African majority, we must move simultaneously to these 2 fronts. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, you two, for excellent listening and reminding us actually what has happened. It was a brilliant, nice summary. Thank you very much. I would like to invite now my next speaker, my next reflector. This is Alex Mutungi. Policy was addressed a lot in our panel. So Alex, come to me, come here, come to me. And let's quickly share about, you want to project this or just to talk? Okay, we can talk also up here. But yeah, you can share your thoughts and use this mic here.
Yeah, sorry. My name is Alex Mutungi. I am from BioVision Africa Trust, which is the host to the African Union Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative, the Africa Secretariat. I'll quickly take us through the insights to implementation at scale, what has been discussed and what we have come up with. I'll be very quick. I know we are late for lunch, but I'll make sure that we cover this quickly. So keywords are coming up from the discussion that we had today, and one of them is food sovereignty, resilience, and productivity. So those are key things that are coming out of this. And we've been told that African population will be soon at 2.5 billion. So the big question is, can we feed our population? So we will need a system that is resilient and regenerative by itself, that promotes productivity, social equity, and puts smallholder farmers, women, and youth as stewards of the transformation we seek. A system that will be able to overcome also future shocks. So we need to bridge knowledge and action, and effective implementation of agroecology requires adapting principles to local systems that blend scientific and indigenous knowledge that has come out strong. Then we need a stakeholder collaboration and coalition building. Collaboration will be very key. Then we need to address key barriers that derail scaling. And we've looked at overcoming evidence data gaps, de-risking, financing, extension, market and policy challenges that are critical to agroecology scaling. We also need a blended research and innovation. So we have talked about research that brings together scientific research and indigenous knowledge, because our farmers also have solutions, and our co-creation will be very key. Policy dialogue and long-term financing mechanisms has come out. Policies that facilitate, and facilitate has come out as a very key word, enabling environment with incentives, regulation, and integration of agroecology into continental, regional, and national plans. So an enabling policy framework creates financing opportunities as well. So that has come out as a key message. Capacity strengthening has come out from farmers, stakeholders, local institutions that will ensure effective implementation. Then in markets, logistics, and trade, developing agroecological markets, innovative logistical solutions for farmers, and sustainable finance mechanisms that encourage scaling has come out. And we have seen a very good case of Safi Organics, which portrays a successful model and scalable one that earns actually 20% of profits from carbon credits. And we have also learned a lot from what Sylvia has presented. So we have also seen that we need a very good framework around stakeholder roles in achieving agroecology at scale. And the role of research institutions has been discussed at length. We have also seen the role of policymakers in facilitating policy environments, farmers and local implementing partners. Their roles has been discussed, and also we have seen the importance of long-term investment frameworks for us to push agroecology to scale. Marcus is pushing me yet. Yeah, so to create an enabling condition for sustainable food systems, we have seen very key things: institutional and policy support, financial and capacity building, inclusivity and equity. YPAD has also insisted on this, and also soil health, biodiversity, and ecosystem services have been discussed. But then, what is our call to action? I've skipped a few slides about the discussion, and we are going to share this. But the call to action is very key. I have summarized 6 things or 7 things that we need to do. So it is very clear that scaling agroecology is a priority. To transform food systems and achieve sustainability and resilience, scaling agroecology then becomes a key priority for us. Evidence-based, backed by proactive policy facilitation is a basis for scaling. So that's investing in robust evidence-based learning frameworks and changing of attitudes will be very key. Then organics have clear standards and certification. What about agroecology? That's something that we need to take home as food for thought. Then agroecology at scale cannot be achieved if it doesn't make economic sense. So we must make bankable business cases for agroecology, and then strategic coalition building will be very strategic. Coordinated and long-term investment and innovations is also very key, and youth empowerment, mentorship, and leadership will also be a priority for us to achieve agroecology at scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Let me now invite Dr. Chao Dang Wang from the Zira Plus or the Zira Lift Plus program for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Marcus. Dear colleagues, as we conclude this session, let me first thank all our speakers, panelists, and participants, and Marcus, for this richness of the exchanges. The discussion has brought what is needed to advance agroecology: science, practice, policy, private sector perspectives, accessible knowledge, and the voices of young people. That diversity of perspectives is in itself one of the strongest take-home messages. A first message emerging from this Science Week is that the evidence base for agroecology is becoming increasingly robust. Research and practical experience continue to demonstrate that agroecology approaches can improve productivity, strengthen resilience, enhance soil health, reduce dependence on external inputs, and contribute to improved livelihoods. At the same time, the evidence also reminds us that agroecology transitions are context-specific. Their performance depends on local environmental, socio-economic, and institutional conditions. There is therefore no universal recipe for agroecology, only principles that must be adapted to local realities. A second message is that agroecology is much more than the promotion of individual practices. As we have heard, conditions that allow those practices to deliver lasting benefits. This means looking beyond the farm itself. Scaling agroecology, therefore, also means addressing healthy soils, access to appropriate biosolutions, advisory services, finance, markets, aggregation, storage, processing, logistics, and local entrepreneurship. These dimensions are not separate agendas. They are all part of creating viable agroecology food systems. Also, agroecology and the whole value chain development should not be seen as opposing approaches. On the contrary, they can reinforce one another, creating opportunities for value addition, rural employment, and circular economy approaches that strengthen territorial development. A third message concerns the role of research and innovation. Research remains essential, but its role is evolving. It's not only about generating evidence, it's also about co-developing solutions with farmers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and local organizations. It requires multidisciplinary collaboration, stronger science policy practice interfaces, and continuous learning. This is also why scaling deserves particular attention. Scaling is not simply about replicating successful projects or transferring technologies from one place to another. It's about creating the enabling conditions that allow innovation to be adapted, adopted, and sustained at scale. It requires coherent policies, appropriate financing, strengthened capacities, effective facilitation, and partnerships that connect local initiatives with national and continental ambitions. Across the different initiatives represented here today, important efforts are already underway in this direction, strengthening policy dialogue, advancing biosolutions and soil health, supporting agroecology curricula and capacity development, training innovation facilitators, and jointly reflecting on practical pathways for scaling agroecology innovations. These complementary efforts illustrate that scaling is not the responsibility of one institution or one project. It is a shared endeavor built through collaboration. Perhaps this is the most important message we take away. Agroecology will scale not because of one technology, one project, or one organization. It will scale because we continue to build evidence, strengthen partnerships, connect science with practice and policy, invest in people and institutions, and create the enabling environment for locally adapted innovation to flourish. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's therefore leave this room with a renewed commitment to work together across disciplines, sectors, and institutions, because the transition to resilient, sustainable, and inclusive agri-food systems is a collective journey. Thank you very much.
Sorry.